vessel carrying over 200 people capsized off the West African coast on New Year's Day. The Gambian Ministry of Defense said rescue teams have so far pulled 96 survivors from the Atlantic Ocean. Authorities disclosed that 10 of the rescued migrants are in critical condition and receiving urgent medical attention, with estimates indicating more than 200 passengers were on board. Such teams fear many others may still be missing. The incident underscores the dangers of the Atlantic migration route to Spain's Canary Islands, now regarded as one of the world's deadliest. Over 10,000 migrants reportedly lost their lives on the route last year. Somali armed forces have killed 29 of al-Shabaab militants during a coordinated military operation in the town of Jabhat Godain in the Middle Shabelle region. The Ministry of Defense confirmed the operation was conducted with support from international partners. Officials said precision airstrikes destroyed militant vehicles and weapons stockpiles believed to be intended for attacks on civilians. The targeted was described as a key insurgent hideout. The government says the operation reflects its renewed commitment to degrading al-Shabaab's operational capacity as it intensifies efforts to restore security nationwide. Dozens of people are feared dead following a deadly explosion and fire at a nightclub in the Swiss Sky resort of Crans, Montana. The blaze broke out in the early hours of New Year's Day at Lee Constellation Bar. Swiss authorities confirmed that over 100 people were hospitalized with severe burns, with several airlifted to hospitals in Zurich and Milan. The wooden structure was quickly consumed by flames. Investigators are probing reports that the fire may have started from birthday candles igniting the ceiling. Officials say victims' identification may take weeks due to the severity of the burns. Operations at Aden International Airport have been suspended amid rising tension between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Hundreds of passengers were stranded as flights were abruptly halted. Yemeni officials cited a disagreement over new security measures requiring flights to pass through Saudi airspace. The UAE-backed Southern Transitional Council has opposed the directive. The development highlights deepening divisions within the Saudi-UAE coalition, further complicating efforts to stabilize Yemen's aviation and humanitarian corridors. At least 3 people have been killed in an armed attack targeting informal miners in Peru's northern Patas district. The incident occurred on New Year's Eve in the country's top gold-producing region. Mining from Poderosa confirmed the deaths, while local authorities warned the casualty figure could rise, with several persons reportedly missing. Police recovered spent shell casings at the scene. The attack highlights escalating violence linked to illegal mining, which experts say accounts for nearly 40% of Peru's gold production. Now moving over to business news. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria recorded $720 million in foreign direct investment in the third quarter of 2025, up from $90 million in the previous quarter. He attributed the rise to ongoing economic reforms. In his New Year address, the president cited improved investor confidence and positive ratings from international credit agencies. He also highlighted recent security gains against criminal networks. President Tinubu reaffirmed plans to harmonize taxation and expand infrastructure development to strengthen the business environment in 2026. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced a shift to an inflation-targeted monetary framework aiming to reduce inflation to 13% by 2027. A transitional target of 16.5% has been set for 2026. The bank projects the naira will stabilize at about 1,400 to the dollar, supported by stronger foreign reserves expected to reach $51 billion. However, the CBN warned that pre-election spending ahead of the 2027 could threaten the inflation targets if fiscal discipline is not maintained. The National Assembly has pledged to release certified copies of recently passed tax bills amid public concerns over alleged discrepancies. The move follows call for greater transparency. Its Director of Information said the clerk has been directed to provide certified truth copies, including certificate pages for public verification. The Assembly also disclosed plans to review internal processes for bill transmission and gazetting to strengthen accountability. Now moving over to sports. Gabon's government has suspended the national football team and dissolved its coaching crew following a poor African Cup of Nations outing. The team exited the tournament without a win. Sports authorities also excluded senior players Pierre-Emerick and Bruno Ekoli Manga from future selections. The decision has raised concerns about possible FIFA sanctions over government interference in football administration. The driver involved in the fatal crash that killed two associates of boxer Anthony Joshua is expected to be charged in Ogun State. Police say investigations are nearing completion. The accident occurred on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway when the vehicle collided with a stationary truck. Authorities blamed excessive speed. Anthony Joshua survived the crash and is recovering while legal proceedings continue against the driver. World Athletics has given the Athletics Federation of Nigeria until January 16 to respond to allegation of age falsification involving 17 athletes. The Athletics Integrity Unit cited multiple discrepancies with athletes' date of birth used for junior competitions. Failure to provide verifiable documents could result in sanctions against Nigeria's athletics administration. Sudan has qualified for the AFCON knockout stage without scoring a goal, becoming the first team to do so. The team advanced as one of the best third-place sides. Their only win came via an own goal by Equatorial Guinea during this group stage. Sudan now faces Senegal in the round of 16 as attention turns to whether their defensive resilience can continue. Now moving over to the world of entertainment. American rapper DDG has dismissed negative portrayals of Nigeria while vacationing in Lagos. He described the country as safer than commonly portrayed abroad. The artist praised Nigerian food and culture, challenging claims about health and security risk. DDG also hinted to plans to invest or relocate to Lagos. Nollywood actress Shafi Bello says she avoids road travel within Nigeria due to security and infrastructure concerns. She prefers air or water transport. The actress announced that she limits road trips to short distances. Her remarks reflect broader concerns amongst Nigeria highway safety. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian police force has suspended the enforcement of the vehicle tinted glass permit nationwide. Nigeria has recorded a significant foreign capital inflow amounting to $720 million. On the foreign scene, 7 persons have been confirmed dead after a migrant boat capsized off the coast of Gambia. And in business, Nigeria has attracted foreign investment valued at $720 million. And in entertainment, American rapper DDG has criticized Western propaganda during his visit to Lagos. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
Love versus money in Nigeria. What do people think? Is love really enough, or does money always play a role in relationship in Nigeria? We went out to find out.
Of course, yeah. Love can survive without money. It depends on the partner. When you both of you are in love, you believe in future, that tomorrow will be better than today. So with the love, with togetherness, you can make it. You grow your family, you grow your love, then money can now come in. But you can see a family where there is money. When you enter there, the money might vanish away and the love will also disappear. But once you have that genuine love, love will could be there, then the money will also be there too. Like myself, I married an average man. He's not wealthy, but they were living together happily, making as in surviving the Nigeria harsh economy. So that's why I said that. Yeah, with the current situation in Nigeria, love can still exist without money.
Currently in Nigeria, I'm not sure. It depends. If the two partners are both financially okay, it can. But if it have to do with two broke people, I'm not sure. If I'm broke, I cannot marry a broke guy. I can't think about marriage. So that's it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think love can survive without money because love can be exchanged with materials. It's not just about money, and it can be exchanged. It can be shared with value. When you offer value, you are not just offering money. You are also offering hope and any other things that comes with it. It's not just about money, but money helps in spicing it up, though.
It's a very difficult thing, a very difficult situation, if you put it like that, because at times money is what keeps things stable in a house between two people. If there is no money, a lot of problems comes up. A lot of financial issues can cause relationship problems, can cause arguments between the two individuals. So it's not that it cannot happen, but it's very difficult. But it's possible because at times partners can be very supportive of each other and help out no matter the situation that arises. So it just depends on individuals, how they behave and their own traits towards their partner. At times when difficulty arises, that's what will determine what will happen.
Of course, it can survive. Love is something that is so mutual and is emotional. So even without money, if you love someone, you can work hard with the person so that the money will come. You get? Like as a lady now, if you meet a man that doesn't have money or a man that has money, as a lady you are supposed to be investing in yourself too. So that even if the guy does not have, you'll be supportive to the person, to the guy that is with you. So love can eventually survive without money. As far as you are hardworking and you have ambitions, I can go with you because I know that once you are working and working, one day it will click and everything will be fine.
Human beings need money to survive. It's not even about love. Every day you live, you must sustain your physical body. So as a human being, for you to live, you need money. Then love is an expression of our living reality. So as long as human beings require money to live and survive, it's already obvious that whatever relationship you are in, you will require money to survive.
After God is money now. Because without money, there will be no love. Apart from God's love and God himself. Every other thing without money is just fake. Absolutely.
Yes, because there's true love, shall. There's a guy who will love a guy without his money. For me, I can stay, as far as the love is good without money, I can stay with it. But if the girl love me without my money, it's good, shall.
No, you cannot, because nobody feel love you if you don't get money now. That is it. Even you would ask me a question, I know say you don't feel love me if I don't get money. That is it now.
Of course, it's possible. Of course, it is. It is possible. Only when we love genuinely. Just like Christmas. The reason why we are celebrating Christmas, that is Jesus Christ. There is no love that is greater than the one that he has shown. His love is not because of money. And he gave us that example. If we can follow his footsteps, it is very, very possible. Love is not money, but sharing.
For me, everything depends on the understanding we share. Love can literally survive between the man or the woman or between the country. Like everything depends on how we understand it, you understand? So that's the same. But most especially for me, the money is important because there are some certain things that money is being used for in the relationship. So that's the thing.
What else? I don't understand the question. Love will survive in Nigeria. As in, love can survive in Nigeria without money. Even money will not even survive in this Nigeria. Talk more of love. It's better we find love outside the country. That's what I'm saying.
From the streets of Lagos to towns across Nigeria, opinions are split. So what do you think? Can love really survive without money? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Mmesoma Igwago, Aneke TV.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let me start by just recognizing some of our distinguished leaders that are here. I have to recognize the party chairman, our own dear senior brother, distinguished Senator David Ma. Recognize the chairman of our occasion and our dear father, Chief Simon Okeke, and all the elders that are here, because all the ex-governors here, apart from maybe my junior brother Aneke, and all my seniors. Let me say on all protocols very respectfully and duly observed. It's true, there's 2 juniors there. So let me recognize all of them and set all protocols very duly observed. Today is an important day. Today is the last day of 2025. So we are ending this year with a hope that in 2026, we will begin a journey of rescue of our country. For proper socio-economic development that will be unifying and inclusive. We have all watched those who benefited from our democracy sometimes now become accessories to destroying our democracy, either through coercion and gangsterism against the opposition. We cannot be part of celebrating electoral fraud publicly. And we are saying that those who are planning to rig an election in Nigeria come 2027, we will resist it by every means lawful and legitimate. And we are urging this happen because we have weak institutions like Aneke, which we are urging them in the coming election. We must do what educational qualification for eligibility to sit for any election. We can no longer be where they are asking whether this person went to school or not. 1 year now for people to tell us the school they attended. And when they left those schools, we don't want it to be something we go to court after election. They say it's pre-election matter. We have pre-election situation now to verify everybody who wants to contest the election for Nigeria. And we must follow that. Our commitment is about Nigeria. In all my touring and everything, we are committed to a better Nigeria, and we found all the studies that we have followed religiously, and I'm going to mention a few to tell you why it is important what we are doing here today and why we must follow it, and know that 2 things are critical if we are going to turn around Nigeria. We must stay united. Nigeria today is not united. We must ensure the unity of the country. We must ensure we have competent leadership. I have followed by studies of where we have conflict, where we have strife, where there's disunity, and where there's unity, and what it brought about. Because of it, I've read several books in it, but I'm going to cite one which Professor Tommy knows very well. He took me to visit one of the best authors who wrote on conflict resolution and transformation, because we're talking about transforming our country. And that took me to read a book by Professor Nicole Fox of California University. And after reading that book, met with him alongside Professor Tommy, and after listening to him, I decided, for the interest of what happened in Rwanda, to visit Rwanda. And sat down, had the opportunity of sitting down with Paul Kagame to listen what he did in reconciling and transforming that society, which shows me hope that it can happen here. And if you look at what he did, it is evident that in 1995, if you look at it, the GDP per capita of Rwanda is $227. Today, it is $1,100, a growth of over 500%. While our own country, in 1995, the GDP per capita of $1,225, today we are below 1,000. 30 years after, for the giant of Africa. We cannot continue this way. Our people are in pain. That is why we are coming to talk about how do we unify our country. Following that particular visit and the differential showing in the development of this country, I decided to go further. That took me to read another book, Growing Apart, which is a book about Indonesia and Nigeria. Indonesia and Nigeria have the same similarity in population, high population, cultural, economic structure, everything. However, after reading that book, I decided I'm going to take a tour of the United States to meet with Professor Lewis personally. When I sat down with him, what he told me was more revealing and shocking than what I read in the book. And I decided to take a trip to Indonesia to see what they did. That took me to meet with the Minister of Planning of Indonesia, Minister of Education, Minister of Small Business, Minister of Small Villages, Minister of Health. I met the Vice President and the most celebrated president in Indonesia, Joko Widodo, to know what they did. When you do at all this, one thing is very clear: unity and competent leadership. Unity and competent leadership. And if you follow what they've been able to do, today Indonesia is a commendable success. Where they move now, they've become one of the over 1 trillion economy. The first in Southeast Asia, about 1.4 today, and the biggest economy in Southeast Asia with per capita of $5,300. When Nigeria, again lamentably, is today our GDP have halved from what it was 10 years ago to 240 and below 1,000 per capita. What did they do differently? Competent leadership and unity have shown what you can do. In all the studies, like I said, following that, you've listened where somebody who won a Nobel Peace Prize said that Nigeria knows what to do to prosper. The 2024 Nobel Peace Prize winner in economics said Nigeria knows what to do to prosper, but refuses to do it. Professor James Robinson of Chicago University. I spent 3 hours with him in Chicago University to listen about what he has to say. It all boils down to unity, competent leadership that have capacity, have commitment and compassion to change the socio-economic of the country. That is what we are lacking. And that's what we need to change. What they did is not rocket science. It can be done here and we'll get the same result. It is not rocket science. I've studied it, I've followed it all over. One thing that is common about all these leaders is that they build consensus of their people. And how did they do it? By being honest to them and telling them the truth. A leader must speak the truth. A leader must be trusted. A leader cannot be part of telling people one thing and doing the opposite. You must do the same thing. If you must ask people to fast, you should not feast. Whatever you tell the people to do, the leader must show it. We can no longer sit in a country where our leaders tell us lie. We cannot, they are truthful people, they live a life of just, and that is what is lacking here. We have a situation where we said we are fighting corruption, but we have monumental corruption in front of us. We have a situation where we have closed our shop, chasing thieves, and allowing other people to pack whatever remains in the shop away. We borrowed more money than we have ever borrowed. We saved all the money we are supposed to save, and yet our people are dying of hunger. There's insecurity. Nigeria has never seen this level of insecurity. We have never seen this level of hunger. We've never seen this level of division, where our country is so divided that we are at the point of hating each other. I have traveled all over the place. And my appeal to all of us, to those who are visiting us, that we must come together united to be able to fight this. We can no longer allow those by dividing us. We can no longer allow those who live by making us poor. Nigeria is not a poor country. We are looted into poverty, and we must stop that looting. Nigerians are not lazy people. We've been betrayed. Nigeria, we can no longer continue rewarding criminals. We can no longer allow normalizing what is not normal. We must then change it. And to change it, we must come with unity of purpose. We are now talking about tax regime. How can you, everybody who knows about fiscal policy knows that tax is a social contract. A social contract that when you empower your people, they become more productive and they pay you more tax. How can you tax people who are unemployed? We have 130 million people living in multidimensional poverty. We have 80 million Nigerians, young Nigerians who are unemployed, and you're talking about tax. You can't grow revenue when people are starving. You cannot grow revenue by throwing people into poverty. You must grow revenue. It's a bank account. You must pay in before withdrawal. These people are withdrawing without paying anything in. That must stop. And all of us here have a destiny to be part of that, to be part of that challenge. That's why we're here. We can't just say we are joining party. Why are we joining party? Are we joining party to continue the same criminality? Are we joining party to change that? We have become a crime scene. We are now called fantastically corrupt. We are now called disgraced nation. We now use everything. And I have gone around the whole state. I've been to IDP camps in Benue, in Plateau, in places where those who are in government fear to go or even fail to acknowledge publicly, denying it. I've been there. I see the people's pain. I see their pain all over. So we must turn around our country. God gave us everything. No country in the world that I can imagine that have what Nigeria has today. How can we be hungry? A country of 923,000 square kilometers. Today we are importing rice. Because they're telling you rice is cheaper. We are importing the rice that makes our rice cheaper. From another country, killing our farmers. When we should be doing it. Tiny country like Bangladesh. Bangladesh, a country with about 1/6 of our size. High population as we are, is producing 10 times what we are producing. In fact, you can compare Bangladesh with our two biggest states. Bangladesh is less than 150,000 square kilometers of land. Our two biggest states, Niger at 76.3 and Borno at 70.8, is about the size of Bangladesh. And we have a population of 171 million. Yet they are producing 10 times the amount of rice we produce. That is unacceptable. We must change this. And that is why we are coming to say that we want to start turning around the country from consumption to production. A new Nigeria is possible. And we cannot make it happen. We can create that what is there. So all of us that are gathered here, I've been part of this coalition from day one. Because I've heard people say it's trying to defect or join party. I was part of this coalition from day one. So our people know I was part of it when it was being discussed. I was part of it when it was launched. I am saying that we are now calling, I thank all my leaders that are gathered here. You must have leaders if you must be seen as a leader tomorrow. Have leaders here. Achikudenwa is here. Okwesiasa Nwodo is here. Sam Egwu is here. Ben Obi is here. All these people are mentioning today, as you know, Abadibe is here. I know why I'm saying this. These are people who are my senior in age, in politics, in everything. And I thank them that we say we'll be a family. We are not going to be a family of crime. We are not going to be a family to deprive other people. We are going to be a family of change. A family that will create new Nigeria. That is what the family is all about. We've watched people tell us story in midst of plenty and we're hungry. So we have all come together and to ensure that we become fully member of this coalition of ADC led by distinguished Senator David Mark. That is why we came together. We will in the coming months be able to tell you what this coalition has that is different from what is happening today. Because we must show the difference. That is why you are seeing from Osumbo to Tommy, they can't be a professor for nothing. They know what professors are suffering today. So their professorship must come with new ideas. We want to be able to change the country. And we are not just on ourselves going into ADC. We're also begging other people from other political parties. All the opposition must come together for the sake of Nigeria. whether you are PDP, NPP, or any other party, we are faced with the essential threat, which we must all fight for the sake of our children. A new Nigeria, productive, all-inclusive, united Nigeria, where we will see each other as love, where we will turn around the economy, starting from agriculture and manufacturing. The empty lands of the north must be cultivated, while the factories in the southern part of the country must now function, be employing people. Thank you. May God Almighty. We must now do that and ensure that we will now talk about how we are going to create wealth based on proper physical policy that creates wealth by ensuring that we enrich the people. So we can earn more. Those 80 million Nigerian youths, we must give them a hope to drive everything. One of the things I learned in Indonesia is that 95% of the employment comes from small businesses. And there were many youths. I went everywhere to see what they are doing. And it can be done in Nigeria. Imagine when we empower 80 million youths. And those 80 million youths either employ themselves or add one more person. We won't talk about unemployment in this country. That's what we are doing. And we have people, senators here, dignitaries here. Look at, we have Ostobu here. He has been advising on economy. We want that he has advice to work on it. We look at Onyemu Gochukwu. There's so many of you that are gathered here. Let us come as a family under the ADC coalition led by David Mark to turn around the Abia country, to stop this lamentation, to stop this crying, to make sure that people in ID camp go back to their houses, go back to their farms, to make sure that no Nigerian wakes up hungry. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and a beautiful morning to everyone out there watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise starts with joy, delightfulness, and of course, that special sunrise vibe to help us start our day. I'm bringing you today's daily dose of brightness. I am Deborah Wakaba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant in Nogo.
Good morning and Merry New Year to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Deborah, thank God it's Friday.
Yes,
you're looking like Friday already.
Yes, I am actually.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. And it's Friday, 2nd December 2026. And of course, we've got that full package today here on Sunrise. We've got our latest news, what's trending, our entertainment, sport, and of course, our newspaper review. And also that Sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or even chin chin. As usual, there are still mates left behind, so you can grab some, sit in front of the telly and enjoy the sunrise this morning.
Yes, and after that, we'll be starting things off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, and words that offer insight to whatever we do to make us stay well driven, stay focused, and also be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared hot and tasty.
Yes, and we'll also be giving you our full weather reports covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before you step out. Or if you stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later, we'll wrap up things with our sports oracle, the Fun Commissioner, where we'll give you entertaining thrills about the recent happenings. Stay with us.
Alright, now moving over to our morning show inspiration segment that is coming from Nido Quevin. And in the quote it says, "Your present circumstances don't determine where you can go. They merely determine where you start." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Nido Quevin. And the quote says, "Your present circumstances don't determine where you can go. They merely determine where you start." And this quote is actually just simply saying that your current situation doesn't limit your future. It is simply your starting point at your destination. So wherever you find yourself, that doesn't mean that is the end point for you. Instead, it's your starting point, and it is also what is going to motivate you in order to move ahead.
Exactly. Where you are doesn't matter. Yeah. What matters is where you want to be. Are you determined to get to that very spot? That's what matters. Ambition. And this second day of the year, so we should be able to define our goal for the year, set out on time, and you have all the time now to determine that, yes, this is where I want to be. The circumstances around you, the situation around you doesn't matter. What matters is the intent, that determination to be up and about and get to that destination. Because do remember that they say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step.
Yeah.
And you have all the time. So take that step today.
Yes, thank you very much. And while we're taking that step, let us remember that each new sunrise is a platform or an opportunity for us to grow, for us to simply to be present in whatever we do. And also, do not forget to drop your thoughts on our social media handles, all at Aneke TV. And also call our phone number 070-304-37110. And up next is our weather report.
Yes. We'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today to enable you continue to enjoy the new year.
All right, thank you. And then now starting off with Oka. Oka early vibes is a few lingering showers to wake you up gently and fresh. And mid-morning to afternoon, clouds stick around through the morning, giving way to partly sunny breaks by mid-afternoon. Temperatures are starting around the mid 24 degrees Celsius and climbing into the high 31 to 32 degrees Celsius. The perfect blend of warm sunshine and comfy breezes.
And good morning, Coal City. Moving over to Enugu. Expect cozy cloudy skies to kick off the day. By afternoon, those clouds start opening up, giving way to sunny intervals and warmth, climbing into the mid to upper 35 to 36 degrees Celsius. By evening, we'll have a clear to partly cloudy skies, perfect for a chilled stroll downtown. Heads up, it will feel nice and toasty. Great day for outdoor brunch vibes.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, it is hot day brewing. In the morning, clouds lounge overhead as the day wakes up, and afternoon, boom, plenty of sunshine with temperatures hitting the high 36 degrees Celsius. The evening clear and cooling nicely as the sun dips low and the weather vibes. So you think bright, balmy, and beach spirits warm, so stay hydrated.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to that my favorite city of Owerri. Till starts of the day, cloudy cover sets a calm tone. By afternoon, clouds linger and there's a chance of some thunderstorm sprinkles. So keep those umbrellas handy. Temperatures are climbing up to the low 32 to 33 degrees Celsius as the heat builds up throughout the day.
And lastly, in Umahia, it's a cheeky shower or two to energize the day. And the midday clouds keep things comfortable before the sun peeks through. The afternoon to evening is mostly sunny and toasty with temperatures climbing at 33 to 34 degrees Celsius. So it's a perfect day for weekend market runs and early evening hangouts.
So, wherever you are celebrating in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light. But do remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Mountains symbolize challenges and heights. Climbing them takes effort, but the view is worth it. In life, every obstacle is a mountain. Don't fear the climb, embrace the growth. Mountains symbolize challenges and heights. Climbing them takes effort, but the view is worth it. In life, every obstacle is a mountain. Don't fear the climb, embrace the growth.
Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our sports update for today.
And joining us this morning for the sports update is the sports oracle himself, Mr. Good Hope. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We have an update on sports this morning, starting from Nigeria and over to the AFCON and what happened in Chelsea just yesterday. Nigeria and Morocco became the only team in AFCON who has up to 9 points. And looking at that too, we have Chelsea and Zomariska parting ways with Chelsea just yesterday. And other things that comes up in sports too is that Anthony Joshua's driver has been charged or will be charged to face the panel at Ogun State Police Station. He will be arrested because of the reckless driving that was seen, that was allegedly tagged to his conduct while he why those guys lost their life in that crash. Well, starting from Nigeria, you see that Nigeria played 3 matches already and scored a lot of goals. They scored 2, and they scored 3, and they scored another 3, making them the top at the league, the AFCON competition outing that we already had. And Nigeria themselves, looking at the formation and what is happening in the whole game of AFCON, has been drawn with Mozambique to face Mozambique in the AFCON round of 16 playoff that will be played, that will start from tomorrow. And looking at that, you also see that Nigeria has put up their efforts to understand that they don't have a lot of time to waste or time to put in to the work than to face the game which they have been called to play. Now, going over in sports, we have the best group stage of AFCON. We have the best 11 group stage in the AFCON. We have Mane of Senegal. Then we have Ahmad of Cote d'Ivoire. Then we have Mahrez of Algeria. Then we have Ademola Lookman of Nigeria. Then we have Carlos Baliba as the defensive midfielder of Cameroon. Then we have Ibrahim of Morocco. Then we have Abdi of Tunisia. Then we have Tabsoa of Algeria. Then we have Tuanzebe and Mazraoui and El Shanawi as the top team, as the top 11 players who have featured in the AFCON down. Just also in sports, Enzo Maresca has parted ways with Chelsea. Yesterday, it was in the news that he would not handle their Premier League match on Sunday, and he didn't know, he was not sacked, of course. He had to leave because of the pressure. He said that there was a lot of pressure around his choice of making decisions in the play, and also that he has a lot of injury decisions to make. So that would really not make a lot of sense for him to continue. Well, Enzo Maresca has been a top choice, top spot for Manchester City's coaching position if Pep Guardiola will leave next season, and he respects Pep Guardiola, so there's no any confirmation about that for now, but that's just the rumors. Thank you very much. That's what we have on Sports Update.
All right, then that's it from the Sports Updates from Sports Oracle himself. And there's nothing happening at the entertainment scene this morning?
The only thing that has been on the news on the entertainment scene this morning, a lot of things, but I'm going to pick one about DDG commenting on Nigeria being a place of safety, because a lot of people who come, he said that what he saw when he came is not the same thing that he has been showed when he was not in Nigeria. DDG is a streamer just like Katefe and the rest of them. He is an entertainer too, and he was saying it yesterday that Nigeria is peaceful. Nigeria is a good economic spot for for enjoyment. That he is planning of trying to know if you in the nearest future relocate to Nigeria, and that makes a lot of sense for us.
All right, thank you very much, and that's very good from you, coming from a man of many parts, the Sports Oracle and the Commissioner of Enjoyment. Thank you very much this morning.
One more thing, mental mechanic.
Okay, we'll get there.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're moving over to our newspaper review for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper. And
joining us this morning to analyze these whole issues this morning is Mr. Res, our in-house analyst. Mr. Res, it's good to see you in the new year.
Happy New Year all.
Happy New Year.
I'm happy to be here this morning. I think this my first set in the year.
Yes.
And so thank you for welcoming me and ushering me in. We are here and ready to do what we know to do best this year in 2026.
All right. Before I hand you over to Deborah, let me ask, what's your view coming into 2026? What are your expectations for the country?
My expectation is that the country will begin to do better than it has, because it has been so much criticized, and inside the nation and in the international community, there's been a lot of criticism against the government in power. So my expectation is that the government will have to work harder and then do the needful, stem the tide, and take Nigeria to another level.
All right. We'll just hope that at the end of the day, just like 2025, it won't be a wishful thinking. Deborah.
All right. Thank you very much. Now let's take a look at the newspaper for today, starting from the Nation headline, and the headline reads, Lawmakers unveil tax laws. And on the Punch paper it says, banks' bad loans spike after CBN withdraws forbearance. And in the Vanguard says, 2026, Atiku, Obi, Khan, PDP, ACF, MBF charts way forward for Nigeria. And in the Guardian paper, the major headlines there reads, a year to test policies, shape politics, measure performance. I'll be starting today's paper from the Vanguard headline that says 2026, Atiku, Obi, Khan, PDP, ACF, MBF charts way forward for Nigeria. And as the new year unfolds, key political figures and influential groups, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, PDP, ACF, and MBF, are weighing in on Nigeria's future. Their discussion focuses on economic recovery, national unity, security, and good governance. Across the board, there's a shared call for inclusive leadership, dictatorial reforms, and policies that reduce poverty and youth unemployment.
All right. First of all, it's not quite unexpected that at the beginning of the year that everybody will begin to set agenda for the country. And it seems perhaps not just the individuals, highly placed individuals in Nigeria, every Nigerian has an agenda for the country. But this morning, we're looking at the various pressure groups that we have in Nigeria, call them pressure groups. We have CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, we have Arewa Consultative Forum, and then the Middle Belt Forum. But my question this morning is, where is Omodudua? You know, where are they? Because this seems to be, Afani Ferre, and yes, because it seems to be, Nigeria seems to be one place where when you have someone from your ethnic stock, you know, as the pilot of the nation, that those other socio-cultural group goes, you know, quiet. They no longer begin to criticize the actions of the government. But when another person takes the saddle, you begin to hear loudly from that group. But this morning is quite, you know, overwhelming that the CAN is speaking, MBF is speaking, Atiku, P2B, everyone is speaking about the direction that the nation needs to tow in the new year, setting the agenda for our government. But one wish that the government is listening beyond the agenda the government has set for itself. But one thing that is not in doubt is that every Nigerian, irrespective of place, tribe, ethnicity, culture, religion, whether young or old, we want one thing. We want the nation to work. Mr. S.
Certainly there must be this agenda. Everything seems to be nosediving in Nigeria in 2025. Almost everything, not everything. You know, you can see the hues and cry of the people of Nigeria throughout the year. A lot of people have been affected so adversely, economically, security-wise, and whatever. So setting the agenda is a goal. It's a common goal for everyone, like you rightly pointed out. But the problem about setting agenda for Nigeria in 2026 is if the Nigerian government will collect these agendas and infuse them into her policies. That is where it will certainly work. If they collect the agendas and begin to work them gradually into their policies and ensure the implementation of these beautiful agendas as being, you know, marshaled out by various organizations on security, economic transformation, and all of that, that is where agenda setting of the Nigerians will now come to play a very positive role in the governance of this country. But if the government looks sideways, as is often seen in people that are vested with responsibility of managing our affairs, well, it may not come to tell anything. Remember that some of these agenda setters are also opposition to the incumbent, that is the ruling party. So sometimes they might think that whatever they are coming in to put are not good enough. So they may see it as opinions of persons that are seeking for power. So, but if the government will just collect, sieve all these agendas and begin to infuse them, we need to put them in place and involve them in our economic policies, our security policies, and every other policy in the administration of Nigeria. Then it will work. So I do not, I also have my own agenda, like I earlier said when I was introduced, that I expect that government will have to work harder in ensuring that they will take us to the next level. And most importantly, it has to do with the election, the coming election. If the government will have to, really work hard to see election, see that vote counts, see that there's no apathy, see that they get down vote buying, so that the election will be free, fair, and credible, then certainly we will get the kind of leadership that the country needs. Okay. And the problem has always been, by some persons, in quotes, leadership problem.
All right. While we may want to classify the likes of P2B, Atiku, PDP as opposition, or perhaps see that the ACF, CAN, and the MBF, Middle Belt Forum, will be speaking from a tainted position as being biased as against the government. But one thing that is very clear when you look at the issues raised, for example, they were talking about tackling insecurity in Nigeria. They talk about tackling hardship in Nigeria, that a lot of Nigerians are suffering. That 2025 was nothing to write home about when we talk about moving people out of poverty. And then that if government is serious, they should equally look at issue of tackling corruption in Nigeria, citing, like for example from Atiku, P2B, they've criticized what they term the forged tax law, coming into 2026. That these are the issues federal government need to work on, that Nigeria as a country need to work on, because any country that cannot, take care of itself security-wise, it will be classified as a failed state. Mr. Reyes, so when we look at this, I think it moves away from which divide one belongs to. But these are issues that burden us as a people, as a nation, that needs to be handled and handled as if today was yesterday.
You see, it is not about divide this time. That is exactly why I said that generally, every Nigerian, every organization, organized civil society groups and all that, they all have agendas for the government. All the agenda I said government should be able to collect. You see, the issue of opposition does not call in the present circumstance, because all of them have very good ideas that will take the country forward. So, but it is not about the ideas. It is about implementation of these ideas. When you have ideas and the ideas are not implemented, they you don't get any result. It doesn't go beyond the ceiling. It's just like when you are a Christian and you're praying, and then you don't forgive those who may have, wronged you. Your prayer doesn't cross the ceiling each time you do that. So it is also the same thing with this agenda. The agendas might not mean anything at the end of the day if the government refuses to pay the meaningful attention to these calls by various groups and people for a better Nigeria. You see, the poverty rate in Nigeria has become so high. I know about a scholar who said that Nigeria used to have the upper class, the middle class, and of course the down class. But today we have no middle class. You only have a few that is stupendously wealthy, and a great many others who are poverty-ridden. In fact, sometime the statistic has always been that Nigerians within 65 to 70% live under poverty line. That is the statistics before now. I do not know if that has been changed. Until the National Bureau of Statistics updates that, then we'll be able to know. But which means that a greater percentage of the Nigerian populace are dying in penury in the midst of plenty. And it is disheartening to live in abundance and die in penury.
All right, that's quite apt, Mr. Rez. We'll keep speaking to these issues. At least we all are in agreement. Either those of us who are in government talk about the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, be you a member of APC or you're in the opposition, it doesn't matter the divide, but we are all in agreement that we need to move the nation forward. We need to move the nation away from poverty. We need to secure the country further, and we need to do everything to jettison corruption in the nation.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now moving over to the next paper, coming from the Nation headline that says, lawmakers unveil tax laws. Nigeria's lawmakers have officially rolled out the newly revised tax laws, marking a major step in the government's economic reform agenda. The laws are designed to simplify tax collection, expand the law tax net, and boost government revenue without overburdening ordinary Nigerians.
All right. Here we are. We're still on the issue of the tax law because it's been signed, and as we speak, this law is in effect in Nigeria. But one thing we can't divorce from this very law is the controversy surrounding the new tax law, starting with the National Assembly itself, where the controversy on a forged, gazetted bill was thrust up to the attention of the nation, and there's been a committee that was set up to look into the discrepancies on what was passed and what was signed or gazetted by the federal government. While we're at it, the many prominent Nigerians have spoken eloquently against what they perceive or termed forging of bill into law, different from what was agreed upon by the elected representatives of the people. And the federal government have come out to tell us that those are minor issues on wordings. But be that as it may, the president went ahead and insisted by signing the same gazetted bill into law and insisting that it becomes of effect from 1st of January, today is 2nd. Mr. Rez, when we're looking at that, the National Assembly has come out to say that they will display the bill that was passed as against what was gazetted. And in my view, that is what you in Nigerian parlance will say to save face, and again win the trust of the people. Because with this debate that has been ranging on, there seems to be a lot of lack of faith and trust in the ability or the capacity of the legislature to do the right thing or stand up to the executive to insist that the right thing be done in order to, convincingly let Nigerians know that nothing was tampered with. And perhaps if the investigation is allowed to run its course without being, being prejudicial now that the law is in effect, if it gets to the point where, because we've seen a court, a court in Abuja, throwing away that, that demand from a litigant to mandate the presidency to suspend implementation. But now the court said no, they don't have the jurisdiction to stop an already gazetted law, that there are processes. If we want to change a law, it has to go back to the National Assembly. Be that as it may, Mr. Rez, we are looking at these whole issues. But one is expected, perhaps, that the federal government will have, pandered to the people's choice a little by delaying implementation. Let this committee come out with its inquiry and tell us that truly nothing happened that what was gazetted was the same thing that was passed, and beyond that, it has to do with reassuring the people. And if in the course of that inquest it was discovered that somebody did tamper with the wordings of the bill, then such a person, by law, should be made to face the wrath of the law. I don't know if you told the same line with me or you see differently, because I've seen different lines of argument. Because part of the argument is those who feel that this issue of discrepancy on what was passed and what was, actually gazetted and then subsequently is a law today, should be more than the law in itself, intends to move a lot of Nigerians, especially the poor, exempt them from paying tax, and then be able to move them away from the poverty threshold to a place where they will begin to enjoy better dividends from this government and democracy in Nigeria. So, Mr. S, I yield the space to you now.
In the first place, there hasn't been any established section of that tax law that's been identified as forged. That is exactly why the court had to throw away that matter by the so-called litigant. The so-called litigant came in and was unable to prove his case. He was unable to present any tangible issue before the court. The court has no other thing to do other than to throw away the matter. So until somebody comes in with something that is substantial, then the court will hear and know whether it is possible to stop or tell the government, to order the government to stop forthwith or not. But as it is, the committee in question, House of Reps committee particularly, are still investigating that matter. And they have not told us that what was gazetted, the discrepancies or the wordings or the tangible aspect of the tax laws, the four sections of the four, tax laws, that this place, that place, that place were all forged, that it's not exactly what they passed. And they are now looking at the harmonization, how it was harmonized between the Senate and the House of Reps. Because after passing, it has to be harmonized, the upper and the lower chamber. Now, at the end of the day, what are the controversies? That is making a much ado about nothing, because up to this moment, not one person has come out to say, in section this, paragraph this, subparagraph this, so and so things were said and passed. And in the gazetted law, in the same paragraph, it is different from the other. Nobody has done that. So what is the controversy? So we have just made, brought out a national conversation. So I think some Nigerians should not be dragged into the real politicking of who wants to be this or that, or who wants to govern Nigeria. You see, the actual thing came in the way it is, and the House of Reps or the National Assembly are still investigating. We allow them, but before then it has been signed. So what is signed is of effect, and the power of the law is behind it. So until such a time when they finish investigation and say this is not it, then the National Assembly also know what to do. You could approach the court, and court will make a pronouncement. You could recall the act for amendment, which of course, the one you said that requires the same process. You recall the law for amendment if what you passed was not what the government gazetted. So all these controversies, I think for now, is a deviation from the norms of objectivity. we have not even seen the better details of the tax law to know who are favored or who are disfavored. You know, already an airline chief was saying they will fold up if he continues like that. Maybe he's privy to everything as it affects the airline. But at the same time, the common man who earns 1.2 million per annum, look at what he pays. You know, the aspect that has been unveiled. The 1.2 million, you subtract 800,000. The remaining 400,000, you will pay 15% of 400,000. We should be about 60 or 60 something thousand. So that is, at least that is the aspect. But the moment your income is less, is within 800,000, you are exempted from payment of tax. And then on business angle, businesses that do not have a volume of 20 million are tax-free. So you see, they are tax-free. But the moment it exceeds 20 million, you begin to pay your taxes based on the percentage calculated, agreed upon. It's all there. So what we need is that we need to actually see the tax law. Let us now begin to study it. And if there is anything to argue or anything to protest against, we do that through our representatives, because they belong to the constituency. The constituencies, people will begin to protest and they say, this law should be repealed or this law should be amended.
All right, Mr. Ress, the one thing that is obvious here is that there is a discrepancy concerning this very law. In itself, while I may want to agree with you that Nigeria shouldn't dwell on this very discrepancy, because according to you it's not been displayed, but one thing is obvious, it is from the legislature that passed the bill that came out to tell us that it was different from what was gazetted. Be that as it may, either good or for good, the interest either in passing this, this reform law, bringing all the tax acts together, is for the betterment of Nigeria and Nigerians. And I am of the opinion that the federal government should have pandered more to reason by letting the people, by letting this issue be thoroughly, be debated, investigated, and when it is obvious that there was no underhand dealing, they can go ahead to, implement the law. I told the line of the individuals who argue that federal government could and has the ability to elongate or shift the period for which this tax law will come into effect, perhaps by 3 months or 6 months down the line, because we won't take away the fact that many have argued from your perspective, where they say that the federal government, by this tax law, are exempting some individual who earn below 800,000 from paying tax. And the question is, in Nigeria, who are those that earn less than 800? The minimum wage in Nigeria is 70,000. And when you go by that calculation, that means the lowest ranking officer earns 840,000 in a year.
Information, please. Those who are earning minimum wages are also exempted from tax.
Those who are now anyway wage, when you're earning minimum wage, yes, but when you get to the threshold of 840,000, automatically
you pay tax on 40,000.
But that is taxable. Now, if 840,000, they are paying tax. What's the plight of the common man that we're saying all along that we want to help? If at the end of the year you have to pay a tax on 800,000, many of these people that will classify as disadvantaged in the society would not fall below this mark. That's a lot of questions that are being raised. But my point exactly is, Mr. Ress, is that when we talk about this issue of the new tax law that the federal government should have is, powder to caution. Let there be proper investigation on this allegation that was raised. And at the end of the day, after a thorough investigation has been carried out and is seen that nobody tampered with the law, then they could have gone ahead to implement. That would have ensured more trust from the people. And beyond that, was the essence of rushing to implement this law, that there has been a lot of argument that this very tax law would impoverish a lot of individuals, and there's equally more allegation on execution, where we are told that the authority, some sections of that law empowers them to be able to take some actions without recourse to the law. But this will be subject to further debates as we go on. The directors are signaling for time, but beyond that, Mr. Rest, we'll have time to x-ray, just like you've pointed out that we've not seen the total law. When that is made available, we will begin to analyze section by section, word by word, and then see what is the implication for the common man in Nigeria. Deborah.
Right, thank you very much. Now we'll be taking a brief look at the former Governor Peter Obi's speech from his defection from Labour Party to ADC, the African Democratic Congress. And on the 1st of January 2026, former Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State and a presidential candidate took the stage at a major political gathering to kick off the year with a bold message of renewal, unity, and national rescue. And also, he declared that ending 2025 with this event signals a fresh chapter for Nigeria, one rooted in socio-economic transformation and inclusive leadership. And also, he announced his formal move to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, alongside several notable leaders from the Southeast and beyond.
All right, Mr. Rice, I will let you take the lead on this.
Obi was Atiku's running mate the election before 23, and Obi became presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023 election with Dati as deputy or vice. And after that election, we are all aware of the things that happened during the elections and the court's verdict and all that. And Obi's former party, the Labour Party, has been in crisis, sort of, and some of the members of that party has since cross-carpeted, some, of course, most of whom cross-carpeted to APC, the ruling party in Nigeria, especially those in the legislature. And on 24th, Obi now declared for ADC. They said he has crossed the entire world, going to various institutions where he has gone to learn governance, that he has been able to acquire these things for the purpose of lifting Nigeria. They said that Nigeria's economy is so fragile, so bad, that it needs to be boosted. And it requires someone with the potentials, with the economic fundamentals, or the kind of economic fundamentals he has, as a businessman, as somebody who has, done his best and has survived and has excelled in both public and private concern. That in such a way that he has been in governance as a governor for 8 years, and he has been the chairman and chief executive officer of his conglomerate. And they have all been successful. They have all, succeeded extensively in Anambra State, where he beats his chest to have done well. So he said that the present administration has not been inclusive. There's no inclusiveness in leadership, such that has so bastardized governance. You know, people don't seem to understand what is happening. But that he wants to bring that into the Nigerian. He wants to bring in a better economy. He wants to prune down. That is to ensure there's transparency and prune down the level of expenditure in our democratic governance. That is the presidential democracy. You know, where he pruned down, of course, as a governor, he said he did that. As a governor, he did that, pruned down his convoy, pruned down all these retinue of, followers and so on, which resulted in him saving several billions that was handed over to his predecessor. So he's going to bring same to the fore if the mandate is given to him. He said that the present administration do not have the wherewithal, do not have, in fact, in security, he said they don't even care. They don't seem to, have any care, because the way they are handling security is such that makes the security situation to begin to flourish more on that. Therefore, Obi, generally asked that if he becomes president, that Nigeria will be better for it.
All right. We'll continue to analyze this Obi's speech. Even tomorrow, we'll go into that speech, analysis of that very speech proper, because we need to dissect that very speech, sentence for sentence, word by word, to now relate what it means for Nigeria, going into 2027. If we should and could trust him as a flag bearer of a political party as against what we are enjoying presently under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But Mr. Goodhope, you have a word to throw in on that very speech as well.
From what Mr. Itobi has said, in that his defection, he mentioned two countries that you can even trace this. He mentioned Rwanda and Indonesia, how competent leadership has made these two countries a state of the art in politics and also in economy building. And I would say for someone who is saying all these things, he also said something. He said that the economy, not that we don't have the resources, but just that the scarcity, that we lack the capacity to handle that, the people, those kind of things. It's just for him to, when we see what happens in the coming days, we'll now know. But for someone like Mr. P2B to make such comments, you will see that he has gone around the world and he's looking forward to seeing, even though the rumors about him trying to be, if he will go for the vice, or he will be, and all the jabs that have been thrown at him, whether he will just go under or he will be at the top. But that does not really, when it comes to politics, that may not matter a lot because it's an internal thing. And we're going to look at it at the end of the day.
It's all right, that's quite apt. And Deborah, what was your take on what P2B, listening to P2B talk about these issues in Nigeria and is moving properly over to ADC?
Well, my take on this is just to look out for 2027.
Okay. All right. Everybody is entitled to their opinion on this very speech, because we've seen analysis, and one thing I can tell you, P2B himself takes exception to that, seeing it as a defection. For him, he has been with the ADC, there is a coalition, and then he's properly moving in. So he didn't want to use the word defection when questioned. But beyond that, one thing that is very, very apt with his speech is that you see the intent on moving Nigeria forward, especially when you listen to the authorities cited, the places he has to go, all geared towards making Nigeria a better nation. But be that as it may, tomorrow, during the week in retrospect, would expect more robust taking on that very speech as we continue to analyze it as against what we are enjoying as Nigerians presently moving into 2027, like Deborah did say.
All right, thank you very much for that. And also here is where we draw the curtain for today on Sunrise on Aneke TV. And please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, and also call our phone number 07030437110. I am Deborah Wakaba.
All right, and Mr. Goodhope, the sports oracle himself, the mental mechanic. That's the new one.
Yeah.
Thank you for your takings this morning. And Mr. Res, we're so grateful and we're happy to always have you, shed light to these issues. Thank you very much.
Me.
All right, and I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. To come your way same time next week. Bye-bye.
Aneke telivishọn heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu site
I'm going to give this message particularly being aware of the situation in our nation, Nigeria. I want every one of us and all that are listening to know that there's a scripture which I believe is operative now. John chapter 1 verse 12. As many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God. We need fire and power to be able to resist the ills of this nation. And you know that very well. As we celebrate in this time, we should reflect his love across every part of the nation. For if God so loved us, we ought also to love ourselves. The potentials in our nation is enormous, but it can be developed when there are pockets of disturbances, economic disturbances, religious disturbances, and and other situations that we don't want. I prophesy over Nigeria. 2026 will bring rest to us and real hope for good to us. For he is the one that gives joy. He shall be lifted with exceeding joy. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Families will celebrate and be happier. Those unpleasant situations of kidnapping and sudden accidents on a highway will not happen in this season. We come against it and pray over our nation that 2026 will bring joy, celebration, unity, and great purpose backed by the Spirit of God. I look forward to 2026 myself, I hope.
Hello, thank God it's Friday. Welcome to Aneke Sports. This morning is the one and only Sports Oracle. I'm live here to bring you the best update in sports. Now, quickly in the AFCON, we have the AFCON group stage 11 of the tournament. We have them in the AFCON, people who have made special remarks in the AFCON. Ahmad and other of them have made a list in this AFCON. We have Ahmad, we have Mahrez, we have Mane, we have Lukman, and we have Ibrahim, and we have Carlos Baleba, and we have Mazrui, we have Eshanawi from Egypt. These guys have made the best starting 11 in the group stage, and moving into the qualifying round of 16, you will see that there will be also more of these coming. And also talking about the best 11 on the sheet, you will see that Ahmad has scored 2 goals and has made some goal contributions, even including Mane and Mahrez. Mane and Mahrez. Lukman has also done a good job for Nigeria. Baleba too, being in defensive midfield, has also shown the class that we needed. Mazraoui doing well and doing well. I'm so excited about this best 11 of group stage, because Mazraoui, Ahmad and Baleba, you know, these guys have links to Manchester United and they are there. So I feel like we are really on top of AFCON. We are on top of the world, and we are on top of AFCON. Well, Tunisia and Nigeria are the only, Algeria and Nigeria are the only teams in the AFCON who has got 9 points and who are topping their own group in the AFCON. They got 9 points, and they have been playing. Nigeria scored many goals in the group stage while they played their 3 matches, while they played their last match, while they scored 3 goals against Uganda, who did not qualify. You could see that these guys actually have done a lot so far, and we're looking forward that in the next round of the games we will see Nigeria delivering, while Algeria too has shown their own class and has made a mark in what we could call a distinctive approach to football. That makes a lot of sense, and we're going to see what happens to this team. While Nigeria has been drawn with Mozambique to play the round of 16, so we're going to see what it is going to be like. And the round of 16 yesterday, I showed you the draw yesterday, what will happen in the round of 16, and how it is going to be, and how the matches will be. I'm so to say, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a match that we all will look up to see if our Nigeria will qualify. Moving on from AFCON very quickly, we have the news that Manchester City, their long a run of win has been cut to a halt by Sunderland. Yesterday they played a goalless draw as they played a goalless draw with Sunderland. I'm sure that this will make a remark to register what the new year will be in the English Premier League, because looking at Sunderland and the way they played a good game, they played a wonderful game, but none of them registered a goal on the score sheet, and that has become an issue for Manchester City. But at the end of the day, we're going to see what will happen. Moving on, Enzo Maresca of Chelsea has been dismissed. He has parted ways with Chelsea because of some issues which may not have been clearly stated, but at the coming of it, it is basically what we would say that it's not. Is just an inconsistent rapport with the management, and a lot of issues have been heated. A lot of things have come out from this particular news concerning Enzo Maresca, him having links with Manchester City, and him respecting Pep Guardiola, and other things that are around that have surrounded the whole thing. Well, you know, Chelsea has played 95. He played 95 games with Chelsea, and he won 90, and he won 55. He was praised for making such a contribution to the team and to the club. He also won the FIFA Club World Cup and the other trophy that he won, and you could see that they had 7 matches which they have not won, which they did not win. So it tells you for a fact that we need to get ourselves, Chelsea needs to get themselves together to be able to fix and finesse what it takes in the world of sports and football. And I must tell you that so far in the news that Chelsea are pushing for a new manager already. They are pushing for a new manager. They are pushing for a new manager, which we will see what happens at the end of the day, because it's not what you could say that happens will happen. But we are hopeful, and we believe that there will be a lot of news coming out from that, and the reason why he parted ways, and the official statement is expected to come out on the club's social media and other places. And they are now working on a new manager appointment. Why the assistant to Enzo Maresca will be in charge of the game against Manchester City, following that Chelsea will have to play 9 matches in January. Chelsea has to play 9 matches in January. Liam Rosenio has remained the leading candidate in the short list to become new Chelsea head coach. He is the coach of RC Strasbourg, and if Chelsea chooses him, FC Strasbourg are going to find their replacement. Sorry, I wanted to tell you that it is the under 21 Chelsea team head coach that will be in charge of the match. Well, yes, the last match Chelsea played, you saw Enzo Maresca just sitting on the bench. You know, he is one of the coaches in the Premier League who has received yellow cards, who has been warned a lot in the league, and he has been, you know, he has been emotional, because I think football goes with emotions, and although we have tactics, logic, and other things, football also goes with emotional structure. And at the end of the day, we're going to see that, oh, these not robots that are playing, these human beings that are playing. And they're still in the sports news. Tottenham and Brentford played a goalless draw at home in Brentford. They played a goalless draw at Brentford. This actually worries a lot of people all around the globe on sports, because Tottenham last season and even this season, we're looking like they are going to be a great and wonderful sight to behold. But right now, they are not anywhere near what they are promising to be. After making the important signings like Mohamed Kudus and the likes of Matis Des, the one who came from Bayern Munich, they have actually made a lot of impact in their game, but we have seen them struggling even in the position. They are below the 10th position, and that is not the Tottenham we have known over the years. That's not the Tottenham we have known over the years. We expect to see the best of Tottenham coming up. And still on the news, FC Porto manager Francisco Faliori is not negotiating with any clubs linked to the United Kingdom. He is not negotiating with any clubs linked to United Kingdom. He wants to focus on FC Porto. He wants to focus and bring the best to the team and build a team. While FC Porto has maintained a consistent run in their play, we could say that they are going for the league and trying their best to understand how they are going to play in the coming days. And we have Liverpool and Leeds drawing their game yesterday at the home of Leeds. While all the attempts to score failed, they actually could not score. None of them could score. And Leeds is going to face Manchester United on Sunday. On Sunday, Leeds are going to face Manchester United on Sunday. That could be a goalless draw too, or that could be a win. And Liverpool has started the year with the draw. Same with Manchester City, and we're going to see what those things are going to be at the end of time. Tati Calistenos has gone to West Ham, and agreements in place over long deals for the Argentinian striker. He has gone to West Ham, and the deals are together for him, for his next team, with the team which is going to play right now. I'm telling you that in the world of sports, we bring you all updates on the world of sports. Tomorrow I'm going to give you a lot of details on AFCON, what's happening in AFCON, and all the nitty-gritties that we are expecting, because one or two of the things that are going to happen today in the AFCON is that there will be a fans tri-party in Morocco where celebrities who are home-based will perform to the fans, and there will be a lot of fun and celebration just to calm down the pressure that comes with AFCON. You know, AFCON is a big game, and AFCON is a big football event that happens across all African countries who are qualified to play. We are looking forward to having that and seeing. I will give you the details of these things and bring you more on the updates. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma, the sports oracle. Welcome to my shrine. We're going to see same time, same station tomorrow. Have a wonderful morning. See you again.
Love versus money in Nigeria. What do people think? Is love really enough, or does money always play a role in relationship in Nigeria? We went out to find out.
Of course, yeah. Love can survive without money. It depends on the partner. When both of you are in love, you believe in future, that tomorrow will be better than today. So with the love, with togetherness, you can make it. You grow your family, you grow your love, then money can now come in. But you can see a family where there is money. When you enter there, the money might vanish away and the love will also disappear. But once you have that genuine love, will could be there, then the money will also be there too. Like myself, I married an average man. He's not wealthy, but they were living together happily, making, as in surviving the Nigeria harsh economy. So that's why I said that, yeah, with the current situation in Nigeria, love can still exist without money. Currently in Nigeria, I'm not sure. It depends. If the two partners are both financially okay, it can. But if it have to do with two broke people, I'm not sure. If I'm broke, I cannot marry a broke guy. I can't think about marriage. So that's it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think love can survive without money, because love can be exchanged with materials. It's not just about money, and it can be exchanged. It can be shared with value. When you offer value, you are not just offering money. You are also offering hope and any other things that comes with it. It's not just about money. But money helps in spicing it up, though.
Well, it's a very difficult thing, a very difficult situation, if you put it like that, because at times money is what keeps things stable in a house between two people. If there is no money, a lot of problems comes up, a lot of financial issues can cause relationship problems and cause arguments between the two individuals. So it's not that it cannot happen, no, but it's very difficult. But it's possible because at times partners can be very supportive of each other and help out no matter the situation that arises. So it just depends on individuals, how they behave and their own traits towards their partner. At times when difficulty arises, that's what will determine what will happen.
Of course, it can survive. Love is something that is so mutual and is emotional. So even without money, if you love someone, you can work hard with the person so that the money will come. You get? Like as a lady now, if you meet a man that doesn't have money or a man that has money, as a lady you are supposed to be investing in yourself too. So that even if the guy does not have, you'll be supportive to the person, to the guy that is with you. So love can eventually survive without money. As far as you are hardworking and you have ambitions, I can go with you because I know that once you are working and working, one day it will click and everything will be fine.
Human beings need money to survive. It's not even about love. Every day you live, you must sustain your physical body. So as a human being, for you to live, you need money. Then love is an expression of our living reality. So as long as human beings require money to live and survive, it's already obvious that whatever relationship you are in, you will require money to survive.
After God is money now. Because without money, there will be no love. Apart from God's love and God himself. Every other thing without money is just fake. Absolutely.
Yes, because there's true love, shall. There's a guy who love a guy without his money. For me, I can stay, as far as the love is good without money, I can stay with it. But if the girl love me without my money, it's good, sha.
No, you cannot. Because nobody feel love you if you don't get money now. That is it. Even you would ask me a question, I know say you don't feel love me if I don't get money. That is it now.
Of course, it's possible. Of course, it is. It is possible. Only when we love genuinely. Just like Christmas. The reason why we are celebrating Christmas, that is Jesus Christ. There is no love that is greater than the one that he has shown. His love is not because of money. And he gave us that example. If we can follow his footsteps, it is very, very possible. Love is not money, but sharing.
For me, everything depends on the understanding we share. Love can literally survive between the man or the woman or between the country. Like everything depends on how we understand it, you understand? So that's the same. But most especially for me, the money is important because there are some certain things that money is being used for in the relationship. So that's the thing.
What else? Okay, I don't understand the question. Love will survive in Nigeria. As in, love can survive in Nigeria without money. Even money will not even survive in this Nigeria. Talk more of love. It's better we find love outside the country. That's what I'm saying.
From the streets of Lagos to towns across Nigeria, opinions are split. So what do you think? Can love really survive without money? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Mesoma Igwago, Aneke TV.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's tax reform initiative represents the most far-reaching restructuring of Nigeria's fiscal framework in decades. Signed into law on June 26, 2025, the reform is anchored on 4 coordinated legislations designed to simplify taxation, expand the tax base, improve compliance, and align Nigeria's revenue system with global best practices, while deliberately easing the burden on low-income earners and small businesses. At the core of the reform is the Nigeria Tax Act, NTA, which collapses more than a dozen overlapping and sometimes contradictory tax laws into a single unified statute. This consolidation addresses long-standing complaints about complexity, multiple taxation, and regulatory uncertainty, particularly for businesses and investors. Complementing this is the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, NTAA, which standardizes tax administration procedures across federal, state and local governments. This harmonization is expected to reduce duplication, close leakages and improve coordination among tax authorities. The Nigeria Revenue Service Act, NRSA, transforms the Federal Inland Revenue Service into the Nigeria Revenue Service, expanding its mandate and operational scope. The charge signals a shift towards a more modern, data-driven revenue authority with stronger enforcement, broader coverage, and improved service delivery. In addition, the Joint Revenue Board Act, JRBA, institutionalizes intergovernmental cooperation on tax matters. The creation of a tax ombudsman under this act introduces a form of dispute resolution mechanism aimed at protecting taxpayers and strengthening confidence in the system. A major highlight of the reform is its explicit pro-poor and pro-small business orientation. Individuals earning 800,000 naira or less annually are now fully exempt from personal income tax, effectively removing millions of low-income Nigerians from the tax net and providing relief amid rising living costs. For small, the exemption threshold for companies' income tax and capital gains tax has been raised from 25 million naira to 100 million naira in annual turnover. This measure is intended to support entrepreneurship, encourage business formalization and stimulate job creation, particularly within the informal sector. The introduction of a progressive personal income tax structure ranging from 0% to a maximum of 25% reinforces equity by ensuring the higher earners shoulder a greater share of the tax burden. Renters also benefit from a new housing relief, allowing a 20% rent deduction capped at 500,000 naira to reduce taxable income. On the corporate front, the gradual reduction of the company's income tax rate from 30% to 25% by 2026 is aimed at improving Nigeria's competitiveness and attracting investments. The replacement of multiple levies with a single 4% development levy simplifies compliance while ensuring sustained funding for critical national development needs. To align with international tax reforms, particularly the global minimum tax framework, large corporations and multinationals with turnover above 50 billion naira are now subject to a minimum effective tax rate at 15%. This provision is designed to curb aggressive tax avoidance and protect Nigeria's tax base. The agricultural sector receives targeted incentives, including a 5-year income tax exemption for companies engaged in crop production, livestock and agro-processing, underscoring government's efforts to boost food security, rural employment and non-oil revenue. Value-added tax reforms remain the most contentious aspect of the initiative. Essential goods and services such as basic food items, healthcare, education and electricity are now zero-rated, a move aimed at cushioning inflationary pressures on households. However, VAT on non-essential goods will rise gradually from 7.5% to 10% in 2025, with a long-term target of 15% by 2030, signaling a shift towards consumption-based revenue mobilization. The introduction of the derivation principle in VAT sharing, where 60% of state allocations are based on consumption rather than company headquarters, marks a significant policy shift. While it favors states the higher consumption levels, it has sparked resistance from some northern states concerned about potential revenues losses, highlighting ongoing federal-state fiscal tensions. Taken together, the 2025 tax reforms signal a decisive move toward a simpler, fairer and more transparent tax regime. The framework prioritizes equity, economic growth and fiscal sustainability while addressing long-standing inefficiencies in tax administration. Nonetheless, successful implementation will depend on effective enforcement, stakeholder buy-in and continued dialogue, particularly on VAT distribution, to ensure national cohesion and shared prosperity.
Community secondary school in Valley. More 3 minutes. A minute more.
Everyone, we hit the street today to ask Nigerians a bold question.
Definitely, I'll leave because this country is not favoring anybody. The economy is hard, the youths are unemployed, it's very hard to stay in Nigeria. You understand? I would prefer to go to a better country where I can make a lot of money and probably come back to see my family. I'll probably take them with me. You understand? So generally the country is hard. We have better countries than Nigeria, so I would prefer to stay there than to stay here if I have the opportunity. The only thing I have to say to them is they are all looking for greener pastures. But one thing is, no matter how far you go, home is still home. You still remember your roots. You understand? If you make that money, you still come back. That's what I have to tell them. Yeah, you don't forget your home, where you're from. Yes. No matter how far you go.
It's like instant. Yeah, let's say you like the country. Wait, you like the country, but even if not Ghana, maybe they go. If I have a chance to leave Nigeria, I'll leave Nigeria. My country, I think in a society we do. I'll leave Nigeria, that's me. I'll leave Nigeria if I have a chance to leave this country for better. To me, the country is no longer safe for us, so I have to leave the country and find a better life. Even if, to me, Ghana is now better than, but all the same, Nigeria is still one of the greatest countries. But to me to you, or me to the audience out there, Nigeria is no more a country you should stay. If you have money, just leave the country.
I will definitely leave. I won't stay. Since I graduated, I've been looking for work. I've not gotten it. So why would I stay here? I have the best certificate to stay in Nigeria, but I'm not using it for anything. So I would rather go in a country that I will make use of it.
I'll leave because I've been in Nigeria all my life, right from cradle. And also, I would love to breathe in new fresh air. So that, and also expose myself to learning things.
No, I wouldn't be leaving the country, because if you leave the country, who is going to restructure the country? It doesn't make sense you leaving the country. You need to develop your own country first before you start going to any other country to go and develop for them. So we need to work on ourselves first. You get me?
Because I don't know, nothing is really happening in Nigeria. When it comes to education is really fucked up in Nigeria. It's not really making sense. And a whole lot you get, and it's not like other countries are better than Nigeria, but when you look at the benefit and some things that are happening in Nigeria, to me, I will leave. I don't know about any other person. You get the security aspect. Security in Nigeria is very poor. You get security aspect in Nigeria is very, very poor. Then educational aspect is really fucked up, and employment too. Is not, you will finish school, there's nothing, you're not seeing any employment, you get, so it's not really making sense.
Why not? If I have the opportunity, I can leave and go to a better country. So where my life is secure, I'm sure that my life is secure and my family. Because here in this country now, no security, poverty, as in no light, no water. So So it's like someone living in hellfire. This country. It's also because of God's grace here are living.
Ha! Leave this country. I won't leave my country for anybody. I will not leave my country, Nigeria, for anybody. You want to know why? No place like home. No place like them. There that are house there, they are not even comfortable. They are not, because you see that anytime they come around, you see how happy they are. If they remember that they'll be traveling back, they'll be so depressed. So no place like home. The advice is that everybody should stay back and work on this country. It's all about value. It's all about value. Value what you have. If it's akara you are frying, value it. You don't leave your home for another person to repair it. If all of us leave, they are just there making us, taking advantage of us. Nigeria is great. We have everything. They are even jealous of us. So they should sit back and arrange, prepare their country for a better Nigeria. It's in our hand. Nobody will do it for us.
Wow, so many different takes, so many stories. What's your choice? Stay or go? Drop your answer in the comment section. Igwago Mmesoma, Aneke TV.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century, when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigeria railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions.
Thank you for joining us today on The Insights, and Happy New Year. Before proceeding to the program proper, we apologize for rescheduling from the usual time. And ladies and gentlemen, as we step forth into 2026, and here on The Insight is a special one. Ladies and gentlemen, as 2025 fares into history, Nigeria stands at a crossroads. Did we redefine our destiny or merely unmask our deepest fractures? From Tinubu's tax reform, sparking cost of living fury, to Atiku and Obi's mega party plotting a 2027 upset. Rivers State's governance implosion, US airstrikes shattering sovereignty on Christmas Day. and relentless abduction hurting the North. Today, we dissect key takeaways, demand what must change, and define unbreakable priorities for 2026. And joining us today to x-ray the mega shifts and 2026 battle plan is Emeka Odom, journalist, development communication expert, and public affairs analyst. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you so much for having me, and Happy New Year to you, and Happy New Year to your viewers.
Thank you. We're excited, being that it's 1st of January 2026, and here we are. And instead of being somewhere celebrating, you're here with us to set the battle plan for 2026. But I want to ask, before we go into the discussion proper, for you, what are the key takeaways from 2025 in terms of security, politics, economically? What are the key takeaways for you?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Everybody, I'm sure you will agree with me, and so will every other person do. That the year 2025 was an eventful year in many aspects. Of course, first and foremost, we must be very grateful to God Almighty for granting us life, not just life, life that is full of good health, because we cannot be oblivious of the fact that there are many people who probably would have wished to move into 2026, but unfortunately they are not able to, not because of any bad thing they have done. Again, also, there are a lot of people also who have crossed into 2027, but may not have the opportunity, to move freely, either as a result of incarceration or incapacity. So if you are enjoying the freedom and the ability to move around very freely, move your legs, go where you want to go to, even before you begin to aspire or begin to look for other things, I think first and foremost, you need to be very grateful to Almighty God. So also, in that respect, we're also grateful to God that our country is in one piece. We must not take that for granted. There are, just this morning, I was watching a piece on CNN, and I saw many countries, particularly, some countries in the Middle East. If you go to Iran now, there are some kind of, social unrest going on there because of people agitating, and there are many other countries where the year 2025 was so much, they had so much that, they don't even have the opportunity to begin to aspire for other good things, only asking for survival. So, but we are here, God has given us not just survival, He has given us many other things. However, we are also aware of the fact that the year 2025 was very eventful. It's a year that a lot of Nigerians had to grapple with a lot of challenges, dealing with harsh economic conditions, dealing with very unpredictable security situation. People had to, take extra measures to, ensure security, whether you are even in your house, you're not going anywhere, whether you are going to school with your children, whether you are traveling to the villages or even going to work, even moving within the town where other people would have hitherto considered, quite safe. So it was eventful in that respect. Again, also, the year 2025 was also one that we saw a lot of political, movements here and there. Prior to, as we prepare for the general elections in the next, we don't even know whether the election is later this year or next year. We don't know yet. A lot of discussions are still going on to that effect. So, as a result of that, we have seen a lot of movements. A lot of people were looking forward to, certain things happening, but unfortunately, those things didn't happen. Rather, what we saw was, in the political scene, more like a hurricane or an exodus of, most of the governors in Nigeria moving in one direction, to the extent that a lot of people have, insinuated that the country is heading towards a one-party system. So the country is, the 2025, presented a situation of what you may call a potpourri, a magazine of several things, happening at the same time. And so now a lot of those things probably did not, you know, properly present a complete appearance or a total resolution. It is now this 2026 that many of the things that happen in 2025 will become clearer for people to see. A lot of things that showed up, we didn't quite know, where they were heading to. But I believe very strongly that the events that are going to unfold in 2026 will give us a clearer direction where some things are actually heading to. Not just in the political scene, in the security scene, in personal lives, in businesses, and in many other aspects.
All right. Thank you very much. At least that's quite even those who are away from Nigeria. If you wake a dead man with the intro you've given about the happenings in Nigeria in 2025, the person will be able to catch up. But let me take you from the recent towards going back. Like the Igbo say that he who doesn't know where the rain starts to beat him may not be able to know where the rain stops. But let's start from the issues, the topics that shaped Nigeria in 2025 for us to really get the agenda for 2026. Let's start from the issue of the tax, for example. The president has signed the new tax law, and he insisted that this new law takes effect from today. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Recently, a federal high court in Abuja, declined to give an order restraining the federal government from, letting that start. Now, I know you've taken a studied look at the whole scenario. Let's just start from the beginning. The issue of the gazetted law and what was passed. What's your opinion on that issue? Because a lot of analysts, for example, beyond analysts, even politicians like Atiku Abubakar has solicited a suspension of this very law. P2B has spoken eloquently. A lot of well-meaning Nigerians have spoken about the suspension of this very law that is of effect today. In fact, as we speak, most commercial financial institutions have, started sending message to their customers, inundating them about the new reforms. So what's your view? Let's take it from there.
Yes, I am not a tax expert. Yes. However, one does not need to be before you understand the dynamics of all of these things and the implications as it affects you as a citizen. But notwithstanding, the point is, let's begin from the yes, like you said, the tax law. That was a good event that showed up in 2025, and like I said, the implication or the how much that tax issue is going to impact the Nigerian society, perhaps as we move into 2027, 2026, a lot of these things will become clearer. But talking about the law taking effect, yes, I remember very well when the president introduced the tax law. In fact, prior to that, he set up the tax reform committee, headed by Taiwo Oyedele, and eventually they came up with a recommendation for a total reform of the tax system, tax administration system in Nigeria, which also includes the institutions that oversee revenue collection and tax issues. Of course, that issue generated a lot of furore. Eventually, a political solution was applied, which I believe, I feel very strongly that what brought the resolution was a lot of political solutions that were applied, and eventually the National Assembly came up with the law. Now the National Assembly came up with the law, and the president signed it into law, to take effect from January 2026. Here we are today. But like you rightly pointed out, towards the dying days of 2025, another issue came up. Why Nigerians were still grappling with, or rather, why the advocacy for the law was still ongoing. I mean, sensitizing people in various aspects that the implications of the law come 2026. The banks were doing theirs, the tax agencies were doing theirs, and many other, institutions were also trying to bring the implication of that to their, to the awareness of the people. While all that was going on, what I call an ugly issue came up. The accusation that, look, the copy that the president signed into law is at variance with what the National Assembly passed. Now, to me, as a Nigerian, and as a public affairs analyst, and as a communications person, I believe that is a very serious issue. Very, very serious. Now, I'm happy that the president in his address to the nation this morning made reference to it. However, I am not quite satisfied with how the president treated the matter. Because in fact, what I expect the government to do is to, in the spirit of transparency, in the spirit of honesty, in the spirit of good governance, is to, yes, a court declined to, grant an injunction to that respect. That is the court. The court does not have our mandate. The court does not carry the weight and the mandate of the people. The court is carrying the weight and the mandate of the law. But the president carries the weight and the mandate of the feelings, aspirations of the people of Nigeria. He is the carrier of, what we yearn for. Right? He is the harbinger of good governance. Now, the president is the chief welfare officer of the country. The president, as a matter of fact, is the one who takes it as a matter of importance, the responsibility to ensure that at every point in time, the Nigerian people is not shortchanged. He is number one man along that value chain. So, for me, yes, the need to kick off the tax regime is very, very, very important. There's no country in the world that, will take their tax system very lightly. But it is also important that at every point in time, you ensure that you carry the Nigerian people along. Now, this accusation has come up that, look, the copy that was signed into law is not the same thing that was mandated, that was passed by the National Assembly. I should have thought that, in line with the principle of good governance, transparency, and honesty, what the president probably should have done was immediately, in conjunction with the National Assembly, set up a committee that will be, that will cut across not just people in the presidency, not just people in the executive arm of government, but people in the legislature, people in the civil society organization, people in the media, and security agencies will be there. Then that committee, and the president will say, yes, I signed this into law, but the implemented, because for the National Assembly to, if that is correct, if that allegation is correct, is a grievous offense. And wherever the mistake comes from, you must bring, if you trace the mistake to any human being, to any person or institution, that person will be made to account why that discrepancy came in. But if it is something that is obvious, maybe a mistake, it will be corrected. And the Nigerian people will see that it has been corrected. Not only that, if at the end of the day, it was just either politics or mere allegation, it will also become very obvious. Because they say justice must not only be done, it must be seen. That means once you have your eyes are functioning. You need to see it. So I don't think insisting that like the president said that, well, that they are aware that some people have raised these issues, but they don't think there's any substantial thing. How did you come about that there's nothing substantial? How can you arrive at the point that there's nothing? Did you set up a committee? When did you set up the committee? Who are members of the committee? Who are the members? To what extent have they gone? How have they consulted? How have they established that indeed there's no issue? So I think that the president should have, it's a temporary suspension. Nobody's saying that the tax regime cannot take off. It has to take off because that tax law is tied to the economic survival of our country. It is good, and even the social survival, it is good. But let us not be driven by let us not be driven by our desire to hurry off the implementation at the expense of social justice. Because if indeed the law was tampered with, it's a grievous injustice, is a major social injustice which must not be allowed to lie fallow. And by the way, what should actually spike up the seriousness in this is the quarter where the accusation is coming from. I think some members of National Assembly flagged off this issue. It didn't come from the press. It didn't come from the civil society groups. It didn't come from critics or people you may call opponents of the government or from the opposition party. It came from some members of the National Assembly. That's why on matters of this nature that border on integrity, on matters of this nature that border on social justice and transparency, you deal with it as quick as possible and dispense with it in a very transparent manner to put the matter to rest.
Right. Having said that, you think about the fact if tomorrow is uncovered that yes, the law was tampered with different from what was passed, you think that has overshadowed any good or intended good that this reform and the law would bring about?
Of course. You see, because what is the law? What should be the law is an agreement between what the National Assembly passed and what the president signed. If there's no concordance, if there's no agreement between these two elements, you see, because when a law, you see, that's why those who the masters of this process were very careful ab initio. When if you are the president today, you have a responsibility to govern, isn't it? And the law recognizes that, look, in your ability to govern, you can come up with ideas that can be good for your country. Now, if you practice democracy like we do, no matter how good, no matter how pure that your idea is, the system says the best we can call it is a bill. It's just a bill. It is not a law, right? It's just like I studied theater arts. Fundamentally, if you come up with an idea now for a script, let's say a script for a movie. Yes, you are the original. You came up with the original. You are the creator of the. You are just an idea man. Until that script is transmuted into that story is transmuted into a professional script. We can't say this is a script. If you call it a script, you are giving it a name that does not belong to it. So no matter how beautiful the idea from the president is just a bill. Until that bill is subjected to pass through the rigorous processes of becoming a law. And even after the National Assembly have finished their job on it, it is perfect. It is still not a law. Until it goes back to the president. The president takes a look at it and is satisfied and he appends his signature, then it becomes a law. Now, if the National Assembly has finished their job and what they did for any reason whatsoever, even if it's only you change where they're supposed to be is, you change it to was. Even if where you have ITS, where you call it's, and you change it to it is, you put apostrophe before S, it is no longer the law. So that is why there has to be an agreement. So if somebody has come up with an accusation to say what the National Assembly passed is not exactly what the president signed, that allegation needs to be cleared. If it is not cleared, then that is no longer the law as processed by elected representatives in the National Assembly. It becomes somebody else's, creation or conclude or whatever. So that is why that matter, like I said, yes, the president spoke to he alluded to it in his speech, but that is not enough. I am not satisfied. I think what because if the president said, that not much has come up, you don't need, because of the gravity of the accusation. These are not things you wait until somebody brings you evidence. What you should do is, in order to convince the people, in order to let the people know that, look, this government is open and transparent. In this government, we are clean. I think that what the president should have done is set up a committee of not just members of the executive, the National Assembly, executive, possibly judiciary if he wants to, the press, the civil society organizations, possibly the labor as well, or one or two other interest groups, like the professionals, and the security agencies, and they are not going to make law. So no, it's not a question of are they going to, what are you talking about? After National Assembly, I must have made the law. What are you raising this committee again? Because of this accusation, then it will not be the job of this committee to get what the National Assembly, the harmonized copy from the National Assembly, and the copy that Mr. President signed, look at them line upon line, precepts upon precepts, page by page, to establish if there is a dichotomy. If at the end of the day, nothing like that, it was pure politics, and the credibility of Mr. President will jump up. For me, I think that is what should have been done. It's not just by dismissing it. What about if at the end of the day, the contrary is the case? That is the question.
Moving away from the credibility issues surrounding this law, but as we speak, the law is in effect in Nigeria, and I do know that you say you're not tax expert.
Yes.
But there are still things we could talk about.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, it has socio-political, your perspectives.
Yes, but I'm looking at the government told us that this is an attempt at not just unifying the various acts and laws, tax laws in Nigeria, that it will simplify the system. But I want to ask, coming into 2026, do you see this law as having any impact on the living standard?
Certainly to a great extent. You see, people. If you, of course, as a journalist, I'm sure you must have been following, the social perspective to all of these whole things, prior to today. You will know very well that, in fact, it has even become a social, joke. They say the fear of tax law in 2026 is the beginning of wisdom. Why are people saying so? It's because of the implication. Everybody understands the implication of this. First and foremost, thank God that the federal government came up with a clarification, which the banks have equally communicated to their customers. One of the things, one of the issues that were in public domain was, look, come January 1, 2026, if your account is not linked with either your taxpayer's identification number or NIN, that the bank account will become inoperative until you comply, and that sent a lot of jittery to people. And in my own little cocoon, like I said, I'm not a tax expert. I said to myself, the government does not need to distort the entire system, because you know what just like when you had BVN, to an extent, is it that we're not learning in this country? Because when we had BVN, yes, government came up to say, okay, on so and so day, if you don't have a BVN, your account is going to be suspended and things like that. And you know how people respond to social issues in this country. That's number one. Number two, you also know how our system, you know, the capacity of our system to accommodate, you know, the kind of surge that comes with this kind of announcements. At the end of the day, what we end up having is that you go to the banks, we have thousands of people there, and economy is, you know, is a bit affected because many people will leave their places of business, converge in the banks, wanting to, you know, comply with the system, and at the end of the day, there's less if it's just that in Nigeria, nobody takes time to, you know, calculate all of this. If there are agencies that take time to calculate these things, when some of these things happen, they will tell you the quantum of, you know, the amount of money that is lost in monetary terms, what the country loses in monetary terms. When productivity is brought low. Because if you have an account and you can't operate that account, all your life is tied around that account, which work are you going to be doing? You go and sort it out so that your family, you have money to sort out your problems. So now I said to myself, why does the government want to do this? This problem came up during the BVN. It came up again during the NIN. So why are we repeating the problem? There are more creative ways that government can make people to comply. But thankfully, you know, as the heat became, and I because the banks are already sending messages, you know, that look, for personal accounts, your account will still run. If you don't have a taxpayer's identification number, if you had before, if you know, there are people who had TIN before. If you had TIN before, it's still okay. You can operate it. And even if you don't have, as long as you have a NIN, you can still be operating. Your account will still be running. But try as much as possible to link up your account as you move along. And I think that is the way. Just the same way what the court did, what Supreme Court did in the issue of the old Naira note and the new Naira note. You saw how the thing would have destabilized our system until Supreme Court came to save the situation. These are men who are not economists, who are not in government. They were the one that came to save the day, to say, look, the old Naira and the new Naira can continue to run concurrent. UCBN, on your own, administratively, as it is convenient for you, we can gradually fade out the old Naira note. Instead of just making a blanket ban to say, on so and so day, the old Naira note becomes invalid. What about a man who has 20,000 naira of it in his house? He has not been able to spend, and that is the only money he has. You throw him and his family in total disarray. So that is why, for me, you know, when policymakers in Nigeria come to make policies, when I hear these policies, I sit back and I say, look, don't they have advisors? Okay, fine. Granted, if some of these policymakers, they may be grappling with a lot. There are so many things on their desk, but they must have policy. I mean, they must have advisors who should be able to, you know, at the leisure time, to call them, say, hello, sir, this is the feedback from the society we are getting on this. Take a second look at this. We don't get stubborn over it. In governance, there's nothing like stubbornness. Every issue is evaluated based on the feedback that, you know, you get from the consumers of that government policy.
All right. Sir, I know just a little bit on this whole issue. You know, there's a whole lot of Nigerians are so much keen on concerning this issue of tax. I will move away from it shortly, but before I let you rest on this very issue, there is a pertinent question, you know, concerning that the government is telling us that this tax will help the common man in the society, in the sense that for you to be eligible to pay, you have to earn up to 800,000 naira per annum. And I begin to ask the question, is there anyone in Nigeria, when you check minimum wage in Nigeria, for example, which is 70,000, that will bring it to about 840,000 naira in a year. So at the end of the day, the common man is crying, the rich are crying, entrepreneurs and business owners. And I want to ask the question, going by this new law, this tax law, who actually is paying?
You know, like I said also, I must also re-establish the fact that, like I said, I am not a tax expert. However, these issues are very clear, and you know, they are written in plain languages, and we should be able to understand them to be able to make, you know, on the surface assessments. Yes, we all want a tax. For me, there's nothing wrong in tax reform. You know, it's part of the responsibility of government to reform our social, you know, governance systems, ensure a better society. But in doing that, there are pertinent questions to ask. I have to a reasonable extent, I've tried to catch up with the arguments for and against the tax, and I've also tried to read the snippets of what the law says. I don't have so much issues against the new tax regime, but for me, I don't think it's as good as the government is painting it. The new tax law, you remember, is about 4 different laws now meshed together into one in a single tax law.
Yes.
In a single law. I have questions that I have not been able to see answers concerning the new law. Yes, you say okay, fine. Those who earn about 800,000 naira and below, they are exempted from payee. But that is payee. That is on payee, right? And you also say on VAT, some categories of items are exempted, not all. But there are also a whole lot of other things that fall within the tax, within the VAT, that those who are exempted from the payee are also going to pay. Many of them. That is number 2. Number 3. Now, yes, those who earn more in Nigeria, and I think that is where the issue has always been, expanding the tax net. Expanding the tax net. The government itself, many of the things that are going to fall under, let me give you an example. Number 1, the issue is, up till now, as long as I'm concerned, the government is still not very clear about taxing income on personal accounts. Yes, they've tried to present and provide an explanation, but I'm not clear. It's still not clear. It's still a bit vague. Because if you say you're not going to tax somebody's personal income, provided that the income that account is not used for business. Yes, we also agree that there are many people today who use their personal accounts for business. We cannot deny that fact. There are people who do that very clearly. Number 1, I think what government should do is to make a law for any business transaction above so and so amount. And even if there's a law on that, insist on the implementation. If you're going to pay somebody, if you're going to pay somebody for goods and services up to so and so amount, if somebody is giving you a personal account for payment, you the payee refuse, right? To enable the government, in other words, if I have rendered a service to you or I've sold goods to you, that means it's a business transaction. Now you have to pay me if the amount is up to a certain amount. And when I'm supplying you an account with which you pay the money, if it is a personal account, you should refuse. That will mandate me to go and provide a company account, right? And even if you are going to do that once, the second time refuse. If you refuse, then I'll be forced to go and provide a company account. If I have a company already, I'll be forced to go and open an account for it and comply with what the law says before I can open a company account, so that government can appropriately monitor and tax my business transactions. That is number 1. If I don't have a company yet, I'll be forced to go, since it's now business, I'll be forced to go and register a company. And the process of registering a company must be, made seamless, so that more people will be attracted to it. Now, but when you now say that you will monitor my personal account, that if you discover that I'm using it for business, how do you determine that I'm using it for business? How do you know that the money this man is giving me, I heard somebody say if the payment is consistent over a period of time, that is balderdash. That is balderdash. Are you saying that because the government has still not told us what is the yardstick to determine a payment that is strictly business? That is what I'm yet to get explanation from on that issue.
as we speak, more questions, there are more questions than answers, and we hope we'll get from the government perspective on all of this. But before I let you breathe on the issue of the economy, because we are still on the economy, and I would want to get your opinion on the presidential New Year speech to Nigerians, especially as regards the economy. But before we get into that, let's take a look at 2025, where we'll see Dangote and the petroleum importers, were totally at war. The energy sector was dominated by a price war, as local marketers and slashed their price because Dangote forced their hands to slash their price, and with that they claimed that they will lose billions as well. But what I'm asking, coming into the new year, what is your perspective on this whole scenario? Do you think Nigeria should encourage and welcome more of such, discrepancy and disagreement between a private refinery owner and the petroleum marketers and importers in Nigeria? Or is that another failing of our government?
No, you see, we first and foremost, what we should ask ourselves is, at the end of the day, who is the beneficiary of these whole processes now? We have said it before. Part of the challenges that we have in this country today is because we have not done the right thing. If we do the right thing, we will get the positive dividends. See, let me tell you, number one, the question to ask here is, before now, petroleum refining and to a larger extent, the downstream sector is purely controlled by NNPC, right? Now, until Dangote came into the fray. Now, to start with, that is a break of monopoly. Monopoly is not to the benefit of the people. As an economic policy, is not to the benefit of the people. That is where it is. What we have said is, the government should do everything possible, the way Dangote was assisted, right, to come up to where he is today. More organizations should be, whether they are modular in nature or they are large in nature, they should be assisted. They should be assisted, because if we have many more players in the downstream sector in Nigeria and even in the upstream sector, there will be competition. And once there is competition among major players, the consumers of the products become better off. Let's use the communication sector, for instance. We recall that prior to 2000, telecommunication services in Nigeria were rendered mainly by Nitel of old. And you know how difficult it was then. In fact, if you recall, I don't know, I believe that you are old enough to know when some characters who are in the public scene today were in charge of the telecommunications management of this country, when statements were made that telephone is not for the poor. Now, why was that statement relevant at that time? Because it was under heavy monopoly. But as we moved on, telecommunication services was, deregulated. Many more players came into the scene. Competition naturally will set in, because when you have more players coming into the scene, competition will automatically set in. And price, you will see price fluctuating to the benefit of the consumer. So in the petroleum sector, let there be more players. What Dangote did, some other person somewhere may dislike him. I'm not interested whether they like him or they dislike him. But ultimately, today, a liter of petrol is about 8, and for me, it's still very high for a country that produces oil. So we want more and more players to be licensed. Let them come into the fray. If they like, let them accuse themselves. They know what each other is doing. Yeah. And at the end of the day, what we want is the pump price of fuel to go down for an average consumer in Nigeria. because I mean, for me, it's scandalous that we are buying a liter of fuel. A country that is blessed. Where is the energy security that the government should produce? I mean, should provide?
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now moving over to the headlines, National Assembly assures Nigeria of transparency amid allegations of discrepancies in tax reform laws. Nigerian military calls on Sokoto residents to return undetonated ordnance from recent airstrikes. Obere community appeals to Governor Abdullahi Sule over deteriorating primary health center. Yobe State residents expressed concern over rising deaths linked to kidney failure. Ebonyi State Governor reaffirms commitment to the development of Abakaliki Football Club. Now to the details of the news. The National Assembly has announced plans to release certified true copies of the Full Tax Reform Act signed into law for 2026, following allegations that the gazetted versions differ from the bills passed by lawmakers. The move is aimed at restoring public confidence and ensuring transparency in the legislative process. The House of Representatives commenced a formal investigation after discrepancies were raised by a member, prompting public concern. Former World Bank Vice President Obiageli Ezekwesili described the situation as unconstitutional and called for suspension of the reforms pending a fresh legislative process. While groups including the Christian Association of Nigeria have urged compassion amid economic hardship, the Budget Office of the Federation has dismissed claims of fake laws, insisting the published acts remains valid. The federal government maintains that the new tax regime took effect on January 2, 2026. The Defense Headquarters has ordered residents of Jabo community in Sokoto State to immediately return explosive materials removed from the site of a recent military airstrike. Authorities warn that the items are highly dangerous and could pose serious risks to public safety. The airstrike conducted jointly by Nigerian and U.S. forces targeted terrorist hideouts in Tangaza local government area. While the Sokoto state government confirmed there were no civilian casualties, security agencies expressed concern over reports that civilians scavenged the blast site. The military has appealed for full cooperation, stressing that only trained personnel can safely handle such materials. Residents in possession of the items have been advised to submit them to the nearest military of security formation without delay. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has criticized the Economic and Financial Crime Commission for the arraignment of his Finance Commissioner on terrorism financing charges. The governor described the action as politically motivated and an attempt to intimidate his administration. The FCC charged the commissioner and 3 others on multiple counts bordering on money laundering and terrorism financing. Governor Mohammed faulted the inclusion of his name in court filings, citing constitutional immunity. He insisted that his government remains committed to transparency and good governance while accusing the federal authorities of selective enforcement. The governor stated that his administration would continue to defend itself through lawful means. The Kano State Executive Council has approved 6.9 billion naira for infrastructure development and social welfare projects across the state. The approvals could cover road construction, drainage works, education, and compensation for affected residents. Key projects include the construction of the Yandodo Mai Alu Road, extensive culvert repairs, and stormwater drainage improvements. Funds were also approved for classroom construction and an entrepreneurship empowerment program. The council further approved the transmission of 4 bills to the State House of Assembly and allocated funds for anti-corruption capacity building. The state government says the measures are aimed at accelerating development and improving governance. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has withdrawn several defamation lawsuits against individuals, citing personal reflection following a church sermon in Uyo. He announced the decision during a church service at the Sacred Heart Parish. Among the withdrawn cases is a high-profile defamation suit involving allegations of sexual harassment, which Akpabio had previously denied. His wife had also instituted separate legal actions linked to the matter. The Senate President said the decision reflects a choice for reconciliation over prolonged litigation. The move has generated public debate on leadership, faith, and conflict resolution in public office. Ondo State Governor Lucky Ayetidatiwa has ordered intensified security patrols across the state following an attack on a police facility in Ibeowo. The governor met with security chiefs and directed the full deployment of joint security forces. He confirmed that no lives were lost during the incident and that the attack did not target religious centers. According to the governor, the quick response of security agencies prevented further damage. The Commissioner of Police has dismissed reports of casualties as false, adding that investigations are ongoing. Residents have been assured of the government's commitment to maintaining peace and safety across the state. Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang has formally defected from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress. The move has triggered a wave of resignation among commissioners, local government chairmen, and political appointees. Several senior officials have announced their alignment with the ruling party, citing political realities and the governor's decision. The defections have significantly weakened the PDP structure in the state. Governor Mutfwang said the decision was taken in the interest of effective governance. Political observers say the development marks a major shift in Plateau State political landscape. Former Abia State Governor and Senator representing Abia North, Ojuzo Kalu, has declared his intention to work toward an APC victory in Abia State ahead of the 2027 general elections. He made a declaration during a New Year visit to the Ebonyi State APC leadership. The senator said his party would mobilize fully to reclaim political control in the state. He also urged governors nationwide to take greater responsibility for internal security. Kalu emphasized loyalty and effective leadership as key to governance, praising Ebonyi State security efforts. His remarks signal the early build-up of political activities ahead of the next election cycle. News across the country comes to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. National Assembly restates commitment to transparency over alleged discrepancies in tax reform laws. Nigerian military orders residents of Sokoto State to return undetonated explosive devices. Obere community makes fresh appeal to Governor Abdullahi Sule over failing health facilities. We'll be right back.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Still on the news, residents of Obere community in Total Local Government Area in Nasarawa State have appealed to Governor Abdullahi Sule to revive their collapsing primary health care center. Youth leader Musa Jamil described the facility as a debt trap, noted that pregnant women and children are losing lives due to lack of doctors, nurses, drugs, and electricity. Residents are forced to travel long distances for basic medical care. The community is demanding immediate deployment of qualified staff and 24-hour emergency services. Jamil added that while other localities have seen improvements, Obere has been neglected. Authorities are urged to act beyond promises to prevent further deaths. In response, the Nasarawa State Primary Healthcare Development Agency confirmed a partnership with the World Bank to upgrade 58 facilities. Executive Secretary Dr. Usman Iskilu Saleh said the plan includes establishing 24-hour services in all wards, though it remains unclear if Obere will be prioritized. Residents of Gashua and surrounding riverine communities in Yobe State are raising concerns over a persistent surge in chronic kidney disease. Families describe the condition as a silent killer that claims life before diagnosis. Preliminary research has detected dangerous levels of lead, cadmium, and arsenic in the local water supply, pointing to environmental contamination as a major cause. Professor Mahmoud Maina of Yobe State University said prolonged exposure, especially young fishermen, is driving renal failure and other health complications. Pre-existing conditions such as diabetes and hypertension worsen this crisis, but the contamination remains critical. The Yobe State government has made kidney dialysis free for all residents. Health Commissioner Dr. Mohammed Lawan Ghana stressed the need for long-term solutions, while community leaders demand immediate access to clean water and diagnostic centers to prevent further deaths. Panic erupted in Ibele Owo, Ondo State on New Year's Eve as a gang of about 20 armed men raided the local police station. Attackers fired into the air, forcing residents and officers to flee and set the station on fire. Authorities have deployed security operatives to restore order and track suspects. The Ondo State Police Command confirmed the incident but said details on casualties and damage are still being verified. The attack underscores ongoing security challenges in the region. Separately, the Nigeria Police Force announced the arrest of 2 high-profile kidnappers in Kwara State. Officers recovered an AK-47, a motorcycle, and 500,000 naira in suspected ransom, highlighting progress in the fight against crime even as local security remains fragile. A terrorist raid in Faruruwa, Shanono local government area, Kano State, left a soldier and a civilian dead. The overnight attack lasted 6 hours with gunmen rustling cattle before disappearing. Witnesses described the assault as unchallenged, sparking fear among residents. This follows a November 2025 attack on the same area where 5 women were abducted. Communities are frustrated over what they describe as inadequate security presence in rural border areas. Authorities have yet to release a full report on casualties or stolen livestock. Residents are calling for reinforced security to prevent further raids and protect livelihoods, particularly in farming and pastoral communities. The Umuopu Ancient Kingdom in Enugu State will host a 2-day homecoming for retired Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala, former Chief of Naval Staff, on January 5th and 6th. The event celebrates his contribution to national security, including anti-piracy operations and crude oil production oversight. Igwe Cyril Ayogu, traditional ruler, noted Ogala's impact on local development, such as establishing a naval college and strategic assets roads in the Igbo Eze local government area. The celebration includes a social suya night, Thanksgiving mass, and a community reception. Ogala's tenure saw 0 piracy incidents and significant infrastructural projects nationwide. The event is expected to attract government officials, traditional rulers, and senior military personnel to honor his service and legacy. Nigeria's new tax overhaul, effective January 1st, 2026, has sparked concerns in the maritime sector. Shipping lines are considering freight hikes, citing increased operational costs under the reforms. Freight forwarders warn that added costs could impact consumers and port efficiency. The National Council of Managing Directors of Licensed Customs Agents has threatened industrial action if rates are increased before month's end. Stakeholders urged urgent dialogue to prevent disruption at major ports. The government maintains that the reforms are necessary for economic competitiveness. Industry leaders argue that timing could worsen the strain on shipping operations already affected by inflation and rising costs. Nigeria's manufacturing sector is projected to grow by 3.1% in 2026 after consecutive declines in 2025. Expert links the forecast to the new tax laws, the Nigerian First policy, and the National Single Window Project for Trade Facilitation. Man forecasts a stabilized naira at 1,300 to 1,400 naira to the dollar and moderate inflation of 14%. The central bank is expected to reduce the monetary policy rate to stimulate credit for factories. However, high energy costs, logistics bottlenecks, and expensive short-term financing remain challenges. Experts stress the need for reliable power gas supply and development finance to boost industrial competitiveness and achieve a 10.2% GDP constitutional target. Foreign investors continue to reduce activity on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, with November 2025 foreign participation dropping 13% to 162 billion naira. Offshore funds cite currency volatility and repatriation hurdles as key concerns. Despite the decline, domestic investors dominated trading, contributing 809 billion naira or 83% of total market activity. Institutional investors also increased participation by over 3%, helping stabilize the market. Year-to-date, NGX transaction reached 10.54 trillion naira, and in the market into the platform even as global risk aversion persists. Nigeria's AFCON campaign suffered a blow as defender Ryan Alebiosu sustained a serious right leg injury against Uganda. Blackburn Rovers Bright Oshayi Samuel described the injury as a bitter pill but praised Alebiosu's performance during his debut. Medical assessment indicates a minimum 1 month recovery, ruling Alebiosu out for the rest of the tournament's early rounds. The team has rallied to support him during rehabilitation. Despite the setback, Nigeria advances in the tournament with defensive adjustments. Coaching staff and players remain focused on winning the AFCON while ensuring Alebiosu's safe return to play. Governor Francis Wifuru of Ebonyi State urged Abakaliki FC players to remain focused, professional and committed to improving performance. The message was delivered during a courtesy visit by the club's management. The governor encouraged sports officials to uphold ethical behavior on and off the field and emphasized the importance of strategy and preparation of the new season. Wifuru promised continued government support and pledged greater personnel involvement in club affairs to strengthen local football development. After Nigeria's 3-1 AFCON victory over Uganda, striker Victor Osimhen highlighted midfielder Rafael Onyedika as the squad's most underrated player. Onyedika scored 2 second-half goals, securing Nigeria's place in the round of 16. Osimhen also captained the team for the first time, praising the trust from coach Eric Schell and the squad's depth. He emphasized that team success remains a priority over personal records. The Super Eagles are preparing for the knockout rounds with confidence, maintaining focus on collective performance to pursue their 4th continental title. The Nigerian government released 3 billion naira to support the Super Eagles 2025 AFCON campaign in Morocco. The funds cover immediate tournament costs with additional resources expected as the team advances. Each player has earned a $30,000 bonus for reaching the round of 16, with further incentives for victory against Mozambique. A win would set up a quarter-final clash against Algeria or DR Congo. Government's backing and performance-based rewards aim to keep the team well-resourced as they pursue a 4th AFCON title. Mozambique President donated 100,000 meticals to every player staff member if they defeat Nigeria in the AFCON round of 16. The Mamba as one of the best third-place teams despite losing 2-1 group match. President Chapo praised the team's discipline and courage. Kickoff is set for complex sportive fairs. Mozambique 6 both national pride and financial incidents involving Bella, including a car accident and traffic violation. The family have since forgiven him. He emphasized Latif Adedimeji shared a New Year message to his wife Mo Bimbo, declaring 2026 as their best year yet. The post included loved-up photos and prayers for divine grace. The message was reignited pregnancy rumors, with fans and colleagues offering public prayers for the couple to start a family. Adedimeji has previously defended his wife against online pressure. Known for grand romantic gestures, Adedimeji described Mo Bimbo as his answered prayers. Fans continue to celebrate the couple's personal milestone as 2026 begins. And now to end news across the ordinary warning of the dangers of handling such a flow. We have crumbling primary health clinic. citing deteriorating conditions that threaten access to essential medical services. The President cases of kidney failure deaths, calling for healthcare guide administration's growth and sustainability of Abakaliki Football Club, promising continued support for sports development in the state. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emelu ogbenye emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emelu ogbenye emela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television.
I'm going to give this message particularly being aware of the situation in our nation, Nigeria. I want every one of us and all that are listening to know that there's a scripture which I believe is operative now. John chapter 1 verse 12. As many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God. We need fire and power to be able to resist the ills of this nation. And you know that very well. As we celebrate in this time, we should reflect his love across every part of the nation. For if God so loved us, we ought also to love ourselves. The potentials in our nation is enormous, but it can be developed when there are pockets of disturbances, economic disturbances, religious disturbances, and other situations that we don't want. I prophesy over Nigeria. 2026 will bring rest to us and real hope for good to us. For he is the one that gives joy. He shall be lifted with exceeding joy. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Families will celebrate and be happier. Those unpleasant situations of kidnapping and sudden accidents on a highway will not happen in this season. We come against it and pray over our nation that 2026 will bring joy, celebration, unity, and great purpose backed by the Spirit of God. I look forward to 2026 myself. I hope you do.
What I want to challenge everybody as we are getting to the new year, let everybody be thanking God for Nigeria. You have not seen the things yet. Thank God for what God wants to do with Nigeria. Listen to me. God will use Nigeria to shake things and to shape things all over the world. Write it down somewhere. So it has not happened. Be thanking God for Nigeria. Say, Nigeria will yet rise again, and great light will yet shine through Nigeria. And we will see Nigerians, just like we have seen now, occupying strategic positions all over the world. Nigerians. And you as a Nigerian, have great hope for yourself. You will not fall down permanently. Even though if you are down today, tell yourself, I will rise again. I will rise again. I will rise again. That's what Christmas has brought to us. That dark situations don't continue permanently. And dark situations in your life should not continue permanently. That's my major message. Even to Nigeria, like now, everybody seems to say, we don't know where we are going to. Nigeria is like a rudderless ship. Everything we don't know, where are we going to? What are the ideologies we are pursuing? Forget about ideology. What are we counsel Nigerians? Look up to God. No man can change our situation. The president cannot change our situations. The governors cannot change our situations. But look up to him who can change our situation. I think one great thing God wants from us is for all of us to turn away from our wicked ways and turn to God. We've done a lot of atrocity in this nation. What have we not done? What have we not done? Is this ritual killing? Is this mass destruction of lives? abominable idolatries. Is it the height and unbelievable level of immorality, even among young people. People as low as 8 years old. But God will turn things around. It should be like in a twinkle of an eye. Things will turn around. I will see a new Nigeria. We sing it every Sunday. There shall be a new Nigeria because we believe it. If you believe something, you should be able to vocalize it boldly.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. But before we go into the program proper, we apologize for bringing this program out of schedule. Thank you very much for your understanding. But you know, as we celebrate the new year, people are still in the mode of celebration. We are setting agenda for the new year. Everything is about the new year resolution. Personally and as a nation, we're beginning to chart the direction coming into 2026 proper, and today is no exception. We'll be discussing with a very prominent personality in Enugu State. We are talking about no other person but His Royal Highness Oba Isiaka A. Salmon, MNSE, PhD, Ilufemiloye 1, Arole Odua of Enugu State, the Oba and leader of Yoruba in Enugu State, Nigeria. Oba,
Happy New Year, Mr.
many
Happy
happy return. It's a pleasure to have you.
You're
and
welcome.
thank you very much. We know it's a new year and
Yes.
a lot of things to attend to,
Yes.
and you're here to speak with us. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
All right. Let's just get into it.
Okay.
2026 has been long awaited for. Once we get into December, people start making arrangements for the new year, celebrating the festivities, and then here we are. 2026 is finally upon us, and today is the second day of 2026. And I want to, since we are looking at your prospect for 2026, I want to ask, what are these prospects, the agenda for 2026?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I want to use this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for preserving us to see the year 2026. We pray to the Almighty God to continue to preserve us. As for the resolution and our prospect for the new year, myself, I like a saying that before you project anything, it's better you know where you are so that you can be able to make a kind of informed decision and set goals that are really realistic. It will be better to start from a brief review about 2025, which is a year that God has made us to survive, irrespective of the challenges nationwide. Talking about 2025, a lot of things happened in 2025. When you talk about economy, we look at the issue of security, and in the political angle too, we witnessed a lot of development. To start with the economy in 2025, we could see that on February 28, 2025, the 2025 budget was signed by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The proposal was 54.9 trillion naira against the initial figure of 49.7 trillion naira initially submitted to the National Assembly. Then moving forward, during an interaction between the Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, around December last year, during an interaction between him and the National Assembly, he said something that the performance of our 2025 budget was 30%, that almost 70% will be rolled over to 2026. And he explained that this shortfall was due to the shortfall in the revenue, that the federal government targeted to realize about 40.8 trillion naira in terms of revenue. But at the end of the day, federal government realized 10.7 trillion naira. And as such, they could not really fund the 2025 budget as they intended to do. And also, when you look at 2025 on the economic front, the poverty line, in fact, there was an index, according to the World Bank, around October 2025, that Nigeria now has almost 139 million people living below the poverty line, which account for almost 61% of the population. It's not really a good one, but on the positive note, we could see the establishment of some regional development commissions, like Southeast Development Commission, South-South Development Commission, North Central Development Commission. As it stands now, I think 2025, the federal government, through the Act of Parliament, was able to establish 6 regional development commissions. And we believe that these commissions, by 2026, when they will start receiving their funding, they will be able to bridge the infrastructural gap in their respective region. Another thing that also happened in 2025 on the economic front, which is of worthy of note, is the issue of tax reforms. 4 laws were signed by the president on June 26, 2025. The laws, according to the expert and what we've seen, what we've heard, that they are very comprehensive in nature. And these laws are expected to bring some good tidings, like increase in the revenue collection, like to attract both local and foreign investment, and also to improve business environment. However, in December 2025, a prominent member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki from Kebbi Tambuwa Federal Constituency in Sokoto State, raised a concern that what was passed by the National Assembly, it was not the same thing that was assented to. And based on that, I think the National Assembly has inaugurated a committee, another committee, to really find out and to investigate the allegations, so to say, raised by Honorable Dasuki. Though a lot of people have called for the suspension of the implementation of the tax reforms, pending the determination of how true or false the allegation raised by Honorable Dasuki. So, by that, I could say that 2025 was just a year of economic challenge. Though the federal government is trying to put some policies and reforms in order to stabilize the exchange rates, and we could also see a kind of competition in the petroleum industry, because these are the 2 things that are really very fundamental when we talk about economy. Because as we know, price of petroleum motor spirits affect almost everything. But we could see that local investors are coming up. I want to encourage federal government that they should continue to open up that petroleum industry and make it to be very competitive, so that we can witness a kind of a further reduction in the price of the petroleum motor spirit. So that is on the economy. On politics, 2025 witnessed a lot of political development. We could see that prominent opposition figure, like His Excellency, former Vice President of the country, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, former Governor of Anambra State, the former Senate President David Mark, the former Osun State Governor Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, and a lot of opposition figures came together sometimes in July 2025 to announce ADC as a kind of a platform they want to use to unite the opposition figure together. And going forward, around November 2025, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar formally registered with the party, with the ADC, to really formalize his membership of the party. And also, I think on 31st, the last day of 2025, we saw His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi at Aneke Lake Resort in Enugu here, also register officially with the party, and we could see some notable politicians around him that day. We could see somebody like Dr. Sam Egu, former governor of Ebonyi State. We could see some sitting senators, like Senator Inaya Baribe from Abia State, Victor Ume from Anambra State, and we could see a former senator from Enugu State too, Senator Gilbert Inaji, also identifying with the ADC platform on that day, and also a former senatorial candidate of the APC, Princess Ada Obu, also identified with the party on that very day. And also, we saw a lot of defections, governors, senators, House of Rep members, moving from the party on which they won election to majorly to APC. We could see a state like Enugu State, for instance, His Excellency Barrister Peter Ndubizumba defected from PDP to the APC. We could see Rivers State Governor leaving the PDP to APC. We could see Osun State Governor leaving the PDP to Accord. We could see a state like Delta, right? Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, almost 8 PDP governors left their party, and all of them went to APC except Governor Adeleke of Osun State, who went to Accord Party. Yes. So on the political scene, we see a lot of development, people moving from one party to another, opposition figure adopting a particular platform to challenge the status quo come 2027. And also on the electionary front, INEC, we saw that around August 16, there were by-elections in 13 states, Enugu State inclusive. I think Enugu Urban State House of Assembly constituency, that the court said there should be a rerun. Then we also saw a kind of off-cycle gubernatorial election in Anambra State on November 8th, which the incumbent won convincingly. Then also, we noticed that around October, the former INEC chairman, the tenure ended, and the new person was appointed in person of Professor Joas Ojo Amupitan. So these are the developments from the political scene. On the security, we saw a kind of increase in banditry, kidnapping, and worshippers are affected, school children, and so on. And also around October 31st, 2025, the US president declared Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And also, I think on the Christmas day, we saw a kind of a partnership between the country and the US about the bombardment of the hideout of the terrorists, so to say, in somewhere in Sokoto. And I think we believe that such a partnership will continue to flush out the bad element. And we also saw that the president thought it wise to declare a state of emergency on security, whereby he ordered the release of funds for rehabilitation of police training institutions across the country. We saw a directive that the policemen should be withdrawn from VIP who are on escort duties. And we saw a kind of a pronouncement that the police force should be more enhanced in terms of their personnel, that there should be a kind of a 50,000 recruitment of our new police recruits. I think those are the major events on their security side. And also, we also noticed that some of the service ships were replaced, so to say, to bring in fresh blood to strengthen the security architecture of the country. So these are my reviews about 2025. So going forward for 2026, I will advise the federal government to sustain the efforts in restoring security back to the country, because that is very essential. Without security, you won't be talking about any development. Without security, no investor will come and invest in an unsecured environment. So the partnership should continue with our relevant stakeholders. And the state of emergency that has been declared on the security, the policies and pronouncements should be backed up with actions so that we could actually see the effect.
All right. Listening to you, even anyone who's been away from Nigeria will know that you're conversant with the happenings in the country as a leader. Good. We've seen your narrative of the happening, and they are quite accurate. But you've just stopped at advising the federal government on the area of security. But I want to take you back a bit on the issue of the economy, especially as it has to do with the tax reform bill that you quite recounted. I want to get your personal view on that very tax bill. Are you one of those who have the view that the federal government should have stepped down implementation pending when a proper review and investigation around issues surrounding the tax reform bill is completed?
Okay. On a personal note, the laws were assented to by Mr. President. But someone who is an insider, because he's an House of Representative member, raised a serious concern about what was passed and what was assented to. So I will also advocate that there should be suspension of the implementation of the law pending the outcome of the investigation, so that we can actually know the law we are trying to implement and there won't be anything secretive about it. So on a personal note, I will also advocate that the implementation of the policy should be suspended pending the outcome of the investigation ordered by the National Assembly.
All right. While your taking is quite up on that issue of the tax bill, but do you see this tax bill as being one of the reforms that we need presently as a country in terms of uplifting people from poverty? You know, as when you were speaking, you did mention that reports, you know, that the index report that said that most Nigerians are slipping into poverty. Do you think that that's the reform we should be pushing at this point in time? And does it have the capacity to help the economic projection of the nation in this 2026?
Okay. When you talk about tax reforms, honestly, we need some good reforms in this country because something is obvious. Part of the reforms we need is even to begin to talk about reduction in the number of people we see around the executives. Let's start doing something from there, because the whole idea of the tax reforms is to get more companies, more people to pay tax, so that government can have money to fund the budget. But at the same time, we can actually look at some of the SSs and save some fund from the SSs. We could see, you hear a state governor appointing thousands of aides. You begin to wonder, what is their functions? What do they do to contribute to the social, political, and economic development of their state? So I think on the part of the executive, they should look at how to block some of these loopholes and the SSs. Then after doing that, then the tax reforms can now come into play. If you own a company, you should pay an appropriate tax so that government will really have fund to do some of their social responsibilities and what they need to do for the society. So for me, my advice for the government is that first of all, yes, we need tax reforms, but the government should also look at some of these SSs around people in government and look at a way of reducing some of these SSs in order to save some funds. Then thereafter, we can now begin to talk about how to widen the tax net and bring more money to the government coffers.
All right. Let me move away from that now. While you are still speaking about the happenings in 2025, you made mention about the leadership change in Aneke. And then here is 2026. Yes, we've had the off-cycle election in Anambra State and some few other places. Then 2026, preparatory to 2027. What is your take, or do you have confidence in this new leadership of Aneke to properly lead an election worthy of the people's trust in 2027?
Okay, the Aneke, if we watch from 1999 to date, we could see that there are some improvements in terms of our policies, in terms of our getting it right. I want to commend the Aneke for trying to improve at every election cycle. And what I would advise is that, like during the 2023 elections, a lot of things were promised in order to bring more transparency to the process. Like we could say something like beavers machine, right? We could see something like promise of a transmission of the results, online transmission of results. I think INEC should continue to work and explore some of these technological means in order to continue to improve the confidence of Nigerians on the electoral process. So for me, I think all Nigerians, let's continue to trust INEC. Let's continue to encourage INEC. Why I also call on the leadership of INEC that going forward, all eyes will be on the leadership of INEC, especially the new person that is coming on board. People want to see things that are different. People want to hear about elections that after the election, nobody will even feel like challenging anything in court because of the transparent nature. So for me, INEC should continue to be independent. INEC should continue to conduct their businesses transparently so that at the end of the day, it will even solve a lot of this problem of post-election litigants, because you could see when they are going to maybe tribunal, they will always join INEC also to come and say whatever they know, why they declare so as a winner or not. So I want to encourage the new leadership of INEC to continue to be transparent, to continue to work with relevant stakeholders, and to be truthful in all their dealings so that the confidence of Nigerians about the electoral process in the country can actually improve.
All right. Now, let's look at the issue of security. When you were speaking, you made some projection for 2026 in terms of the collaboration between Nigeria and the US, and that we hope to see more of such collaboration going forward in 2026. But what I actually want to get out from this is this collaboration that has seen about the bombing of Sokoto and a whole lot of activities geared towards eradicating terrorism, banditry, as we've seen in the north. Do you see that being sustained in 2026 and having the capacity to, begin to make people feel more secure, let's say in the south, where we've seen a lot of kidnapping as well? Do you see that as being impactful in that area, or do you advise the government that beyond such collaboration, we should step up as a country, is in terms of securing life and property in Nigeria? You agree with me that traveling within, let's say, from Enugu to Lagos is no longer a mean feat as it used to be, where people had to go pray days. Then at times you have to rather pay exorbitant airfares rather than keep money for kidnappers along the way. What's your take, and what do you tell government directly concerning this issue?
Honestly, the fundamental responsibility of any government is to protect the life and properties of our citizens. And any government that fails to protect the lives and property of our citizens does not want it. And as such, I will advocate for continued partnership with all relevant stakeholders. And whatever we are doing, it should be very holistic. It should not be concentrated in a particular region of the country, because insecurity is everywhere in Nigeria, like you rightly said. So, in doing this, the partnership with the US should be sustained. The state of emergency that has been declared on the security sector in the country should be sustained with actionable plans. The security personnel, they should be motivated to do the right thing. And also, there should be a kind of a feedback. Do you get it? Government should set up a machinery in place to actually get feedback, because what is going on in the country is that there are sabotage. There are sabotage even within the security apparatus, as we could say. So the federal government should set up a kind of a mechanism to get real feedback. If funds are released, maybe to do something for the personnel, to cater for their welfare, so that they'll be energized and do what they are supposed to do. So government should do something like that. So I will continue to advocate for continued partnership, and whatever we are doing should be holistic, should cover everywhere in the country, so that anywhere you live in, you feel secured and you can carry out your daily activities without fear of being attacked.
Holistic in approach.
Yes.
Let me move away from the happenings. I'm speaking to a leader of men the leader of the Yoruba nation in Enugu State. And I want to ask, this moving away directly from this issue, what has been the collaboration with your hosts, speaking about Enugu State?
Okay.
Yeah, how has it been like? Has it been harmonious? What's the experience like so far?
The collaboration between my community and the state government is a very wonderful one. And I want to appreciate the government of our Enugu State right from time immemorial, because the Yorubas, we've been living in these states for as long as 40, 45 years. And you know, government is continuous. So when we talk about government, the government of Enugu State has been very accommodating. The people of Enugu State are very accommodative. And honestly, a typical Igbo person doesn't care about your tribe. He doesn't care about your religion. In as much as you don't have any evil plan against him, and you don't tamper or do anything evil to affect his business, you are welcome. So I want to appreciate the government of Enugu State and also the natives for accommodating the Yoruba community. And part of this is that, you know, when you feel relaxed where you are, you can now also begin to look at ways to contribute to development of the state, because where you live is where you are from. That's the truth of the matter. And in lieu of that, on the part of my communities, we've been organizing some activities to also support the government or to contribute our own quota to the development of our Enugu State. Like on April 26, 2025, when I inaugurated my cabinet members, the community, we thought it wise to float a scholarship program for undergraduates. And during that occasion, I was able to awarded 5 scholarship graduates to undergraduates. And also, just December 6th of 2025, we organized another program we tag Yoruba Cultural Day and Scholarship Distribution, whereby we talk about a theme that borders about cultural integration and national cohesion, a veritable tool for national unity and development. We invited a lot of dignitaries within and outside the state. And also, we also used that occasion too to award additional 20 scholarships as part of our effort to contribute to the educational development of the state. And the beneficiaries, it was not segregative. We have names like Annie, we have names like Clement, names like Lovett, among the 20 people we give scholarship to. So the government of Enugu State has been very wonderful, has been very accommodating. And on the part of my community, we also continue to collaborate in areas of our mutual interest in order to see that Enugu State continue to move from height to height.
All right. What you're telling me now is that there's no move to leave the state.
No.
You're still in the state.
Yes.
Like they say in the local parlance, we die here. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So what you're saying, in essence, is that the people here are quite tolerant.
Yes.
You live in harmony.
Yes.
And peaceful.
Yes.
What about, I'm deviating a bit, but what about the issue of, you know, I have not been here for long. I'm new in these parts of the state, the country as well. But I can tell you categorically that one of the things that we hear, both in Lagos and outside, is that in Igbo land, they don't sell their land to visitors.
That is not correct. That is not correct. I can begin to mention names of some of my people that have their investments here. And they bought the land. A lot of us has residential houses there, and we bought the land. So the narrative is not correct.
The narrative is not correct.
It's not correct.
There's nothing like segregation in terms of what you pay as someone who is not ethnically indigenous from this place, and someone who, like Annie, you mentioned. You're saying that it's the same treatment.
It's the same treatment. No disparity.
No disparity.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's get into it proper. You are the leader of the Yoruba nation in Igbo land. Let's talk about cultural integration. Do you think that when we talk about cultural integration between the Yorubas and the Igbos, is there a marked improvement under your leadership from what it used to be?
Yes, there is a lot of differences. Like I just told you now that we just finished a celebration of Yoruba Cultural Day in Enugu State. And like I told you, the theme of that event was cultural integration and exchange, a veritable tool for national unity and cohesion, whereby we invited some prominent personality within Enugu State and outside Enugu State to talk about culture And one of them was Professor Chigozie Ogbu, the IMT rector, then the chairman of the APC in Enugu State, Dr. Ben Uwoye. Then the occasion was chaired by a prominent justice in Enugu State, Honorable Justice Onovo. And during that cultural celebration, we were able to reaffirm and to reassure ourselves that we are truly one. And that when you talk about tribe, you talk about religion, all these things are not enough to put division among us, because we are all humans and we all came from the same source. And also moving forward, when you look at even the Igbos and the Yorubas, even in our languages and in the way we do some certain things, there are a lot of similarities. For instance, if in Yoruba now, I want to say mouth, I will tell you mouth is enu.
Okay.
Enu. When you want to say mouth in Igbo, you say onu.
Exactly.
Are you seeing the intonation? When you want to say ear in Yoruba, you say eti. When you say Igbo, you say unti.
Okay.
Okay. So some of these things, we can actually trace some certain things that we are actually together. So, and like I always tell my people, wherever you find yourself, just be of good conduct, and nobody will victimize you.
All right. That's quite apt and interesting to note that eti and nti, you know, very similar. But yes, being that you're in this state and this is where you pay your taxes,
yes,
let me get your view about the government of Enugu State, the barrister Peter Ndubisimba. What's your assessment of his leadership of the state so far?
Okay. Like when I was talking about the review of 2025, I think let me just use this opportunity now to review some of the happenings in Enugu in 2025. We saw a budget of 971 billion naira,
yes,
assented by the government of Enugu State in 2025. And during the presentation of our 2026 proposal at the National Assembly, His Excellency told India Enugu that the budget achieved 83% performance, which is a very good one. And also, he said something remarkable, that the state projected to earn around 150 billion naira from FAC in 2025. But the state earned 230 billion naira from Federation Account Allocation Committee. Then also, he said there was improvement in the IGR of the state, that the state was able to get around 400 billion naira in terms of IGR. And we could see in 2025, because when the governor said almost 85% or 83, around 80% of the budget were achieved, we could see a lot of roads being constructed in 2025. We could see a lot of schools, smart school, a lot of type B hospitals, a lot of bus terminals being constructed and commissioned on that year 2025 in review. So I think on the economic front, the state government is really doing well, and the people are feeling the impact. Then about the tax, the true thing about the tax is that when you want to develop, it is one thing that is sure, that you have to look for funds. And also, when you are looking for the funds, government has different means of generating these funds. We've talked about FAC, that is the allocation from our federal government. Then each state is entitled to look inward to generate some revenue. And when you get the feelings on the street, you know the economy is just too ash. And I like His Excellency. He did something that showed that he's a listening leader. On November 14, precisely, 2025, he now inaugurated a committee. He said, Tax Review Committee, to show you that the government is also getting a lot of feedback from our citizens. And he told the committee to go and review all the existing tax in the state with a view to know what to do to those tax rates. And you know, when you are reviewing, two things are involved, or even three things. You can review downward, right? You can maintain the status quo, or you can also go up. But I think for the government to inaugurate that committee, I think the government has gotten some feedback, which the government now felt that there's a need for review. So we believe that when the committee is done with the assignments, there could be some adjustments so that the economic pressure on the citizen could be somehow relieved.
All right. All right, that's quite interesting to hear, and I know they are watching and they will get that feedback as well. But I still want to take a little bit not higher than what we are talking about, because I'm speaking to not just a leader, but you're equally a cultural leader in the state. And where I'm going to is the issue of Nigeria as a place. There's a lot of cultural diversity, and when we talk about cultural diversity, you speak to a lot of multi-ethnicity in Nigeria, and with that we've seen a lot of disparity, cultural intolerance, ethnic intolerance, religious intolerance, because where you have multi-ethnicity, there are multi-religion. We have the Christians, the Muslims, and equally the traditional worshippers, and a whole lot of others. You know, a lot of times we don't accommodate all these other ones as well. But where I'm going with this is, for example, let me give you an instance. In Rwanda, for example, when you ask a Rwandan, for instance, where are you from? He will not say, you say, I'm from Rwanda. You won't hear something like, I am from Enugu. You won't hear a Rwandan tell you that I'm from Lagos, I'm from Oshun, or a Rwandan tell you that I'm Tutsi or Hutsi, right? They tell you I'm Rwandan. In fact, it's actually a crime to even ask someone from Rwanda, where are you from? In terms of trying to relate it with other ethnicity, for instance, and then bringing it back to Nigeria. As a cultural leader, what would be your advice to Nigerians and the government of Nigeria for us to really, you know, bring our ass together, see ourselves as a people, one under God and under a nation called Nigeria?
This issue of different ethnic background in the country is something that should be source of strength to us and not source of division. And like I will always tell my people that your ethnic should be about your conduct, and everybody should be proud to be called a Nigerian. And I think there is something that is very fundamentally wrong that we need to correct. Is about this issue of citizenship and state of origin.
Okay.
I think that is just the bottom line. If the government can do something like this discussion about constitutional amendment, when the ad hoc Committee on Constitutional Review came to Enugu around July, and I made a presentation on behalf of my community there, one of the recommendations I told them is that the issue of citizenship should be adjusted, and where you live should be where you are from. That is as simple as that. If you have someone, irrespective of where you are from, and you've been in Kaduna, you are doing your businesses there, you are paying your tax there, do you get it? Then you are from Kaduna. When we begin to do something like that, honestly, you will see everybody, anywhere you see yourself, that Nigerian identity will be easier for us to adopt, and everybody will just fall in line. So I think the issue of our citizenship should be really touched, so that maybe by issue of marriage, by issue of you've stayed in a particular place for a very long period of time, then there shouldn't be any discrimination.
All right, that's quite interesting. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on these issues. Please stay with us.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Health isn't just avoiding sickness, it's a lifestyle. Eat well, sleep right, exercise, and stay mentally sound. Your body is your vehicle for life. Treat it like a treasure, not a trash can.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been speaking with His Royal Highness Oba Isiaka A. Salmon, MNSE, PhD, Ilufemi Loye 1, Arole Odua of Enugu State, the Oba and leader of Yoruba in Enugu State, Nigeria. Oba, it's been a pleasure discussing with you. Yes, we've been, dealing with the issue that's been very pertinent with Nigeria, and you've given quite a suggestive solution to the issue about ethnicism, state of origin, and all that. That's quite very informative suggestion that you've made there. But I want to move a little bit from that now. Let's talk about the girl child and the issue of GBV. That was part of the things that were prominent in 2025. Even in Enugu State, there was a task force that was set up, to pursue the issue around gender-based violence. And I want to, get your take. When we talk about GBV, gender-based violence, a lot of times we are told that there are cultural issues around it, being that even traditional leaders find it difficult to allow their subjects come open to, discuss such that or report such incidents. Is usually tried to cover within the family. And I'm saying it's difficult for a man who is being beaten by the wife to come and tell people that my wife they beat me. You understand that kind of thing? But being a leader, I know you handle issues like this in your area. How do you handle such issues, and what do we do? Because we are setting the agenda for 2026 to see that gender-based violence is brought to the barest minimum in 2026.
Gender-based violence is something that is on the increase, and all the relevant stakeholders, especially the community leaders, like you said, should step up their game in order to contain this scenario. And what I will advocate is that, number one, there should be this kind of awareness against gender-based violence, because violence does anybody no good. If you have issues, what you cannot resolve amicably, it can never be resolved through violence. And when you involve yourself in violent acts, maybe against your spouse or people around you, it doesn't even speak well about you, because no matter what, the decency and dignity of every humanity has to be preserved. You don't need to fight before you sort things out. And I would advise the community leaders, the religious leaders should step up their game in order to advocate more against this, and let our preachers, the cleric now, so to say, continue to tailor their sermons on good behavior at homes, in the society, and the community that too, when they bring issues like that, we should always remain truthful. Because one thing you notice is that a lot of times people will see the truth and trying to bend corners. If it is A that has done something wrong, you tell him. And when you are telling him, don't condemn him. You tell him in a corrective way, so that he or she will actually realize that what he or she is doing is not really right, and there could be some sort of behavioral changes. So to the community leaders and to the religious leaders, the awareness against gender-based violence should continue, and we should continue to preach to our subjects to be of good conduct. And they should know that anything you cannot solve through dialogue is not violence that will be able to solve it. And whatever issues that has been brought to us as community leaders, we should remain truthful, remain impartial, so that we can say the truth at all times.
All right. While you were speaking, you mentioned about the scholarships. There was 20 scholarships that has been awarded and all that. And I want to inquire, is there in this scholarship, are there special preference for especially the girl child in terms of education in your community?
Yes. In fact, these are last one. Out of 20, 14 were females.
Okay.
It was only 6 that were made. So there's preference.
All right.
Yes.
At least to encourage the girl child to acquire more education.
Yes.
And it's all right. Yes. Now, I know we've taken quite some time, but while we were talking about the issues and setting agenda for 2026, I want to take you back again to the one event that you did mention, the mega party formation, where we saw a coalition of the Atiku, the P2Bs, and some other individuals to challenge the ruling APC. And that brings me to ask the question, what's your view in terms of lack of accommodation, as many has, projected towards the ruling party, but for not accommodating multi-party opinion, I'd say, in Nigeria, as regards that people are now of the view that we are about having only a one-party state. What's your take on that? Because that's one of the events that shaped 2025.
Oh, yeah, yes, you are correct. But for me, let's look at this objectively. I think Aneke is even about to register 2 additional parties.
Okay.
Do you get it? To add to the existing ones. For me, I will just continue to encourage the government of the day to continue to allow the opposition figures to thrive and to play their role as opposition. Because in democracy, and in a good democracy, there should be opposition. Because the work of the opposition is to monitor the government in power, or the party in power, so to say. So that if there are policies that are not, in their own opinion, are not for the best interest of the country, then the opposition will be able to continue to identify the faulty lines, and so that the government of the day can actually listen to them and make adjustments where necessary. Then as to the coalition, I think, like I said, is normal. And when you trace the history of even the incumbent president of the country, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a product of opposition. So the president can now turn around not to allow opposition to thrive. And we could see he has been allowing a lot of, he has been tolerant, so to say. But there is, Nigerian situation is very complex. As a leader, some persons may even be doing some certain things in your name without you being aware. Maybe in order to play psychophancy or to be in the good records. Do you get it? But the current president we know is a product of opposition. And as such, I believe he will continue to allow opposition to thrive. And to opposition figures, yes, if they have better agenda, if they have better alternatives to our problems, then they should talk to Nigerians. Then at the end of the day, Nigerians will decide who they want.
All right. Now, the agenda 2026 proper. Let's set the agenda for 2026. What will you be... Yes, let's go back to it. Let's start from the federal government. What will you be telling the government as we march into 2026 proper?
Okay. Like I said earlier, there should be sustainability about the partnership between the U.S. and other relevant stakeholders in order to tame the issue of insecurity in the country. That is number one. Number two, the petroleum industry should continue to be opening up so that we have a lot of competitors. And the price of our petroleum motor spirits could actually come down. Then there should be a kind of coordinated effort about agriculture. Towards the end of 2025, we saw that prices crash of some essential goods. Then there should be continuous effort towards agriculture so that we could continue to witness decline in the prices of our commodity in the market. Then on the part of our ASU, I think something is remarkable about this government. For some times now, ASU has not gone on strike. And we believe that federal government must be doing something right in order to keep our university system running. Although, towards the end of 2025, we saw a warning strike from ASU, 2 weeks warning strike. But at the end of the day, I think they returned to the negotiation table. And I know, so I want to encourage federal government, we should not experience anything like ASU strike because we have a lot of issues on ground already. So we could not allow our children in school to still come back to the house and fuel some of these crises. Then also about being accommodative about opposition figures. Federal government should continue to be accommodative. And the president should continue to remember that he's also a product of our opposition. And we want to encourage the federal government to provide that level playing ground for everybody. Like I used to say, the Nigerians are not just dumb and deaf. They can analyze issues on their own. If Nigerians decide that this government has done well, there's no doubt about it. They will return the government because nobody wants to change a winning team. But if federal government feels that there are some areas they need to be more proactive, then they should see it as a challenge and do more for the people. So the bottom line is that the government should continue to allow democracy to thrive the way it's supposed to thrive. So that is for the federal government. Now, coming to state government, like I said, I think His Excellency has really listened to the voice of Enugu people, because the inauguration of the committee on review of tax rate in Enugu State is something I took as something fundamental, that the government is actually listening to the people. And we believe when the committee finishes with assignments, maybe there could be little adjustments in terms of tax collection in the state. Then also, we want to see continuous development of the education sector, like the smart schools we've seen. If you've been to any of those smart schools, you know that the government is really trying a lot. We could see that some bus terminals were opened, and we could see that the transport system in Enugu State is also changing. So that should be sustained. Then also on the security side, I think based on records available, Enugu State is the safest state in the southeast. And we could see that in 2024, the state government inaugurated a fund, Enugu State Security Trust Fund. And I know during 2025 year, there were a lot of investment in security. Like we witnessed the purchase of a long-range, 2 long-range drones, security drones. We witnessed early in the 2025 that Mr. President came to Enugu to inaugurate a control and surveillance center. So I think the government should continue to sustain the investment in security so that Enugu State will continue to be safe for all, and businesses can continue to thrive.
Okay, that's quite up. Then what do you tell Nigerians coming into 2026?
Fellow Nigerians, let's continue to be patriotic. Let's continue to go about our normal businesses without any hindrance. And let's continue to support people in government by offering them our prayers, our support, our advice when the need be. And also, when we are setting our own personal agenda, let's set agenda that are realistic so that we will not put ourselves into pressure, unnecessary pressure, so to say. So if you have a target to achieve this, have a plan to fund it, and let it be steady. Let's not rush anything so that nobody will be put into unnecessary pressure.
All right, Oba, let me just hear your thoughts or what you have for the Yoruba nation in 2026. You're their leader, and they will be eager to hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. In 2026, like I said, the scholarship scheme we started on April 2025 is going to be a continuous one. So 2026, we are expecting more of that. In 2026, they should expect more of youth and also women empowerment in terms of skill acquisition, especially soft skills, so that outside the classroom, our children can also have soft skills to do one thing or the other. Then also, they should look out for more partnership with relevant stakeholders in order to develop ourselves and also to contribute to the social, political, and economic development of the state.
All right, that's quite interesting, and that's it today on The Insight. And remember that your views matter on The Insight. Let us know what you think about what the Oba has said on The Insight today, or you have other opinions. Send them in with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and we've been discussing with His Royal Highness Oba Isiaka A. Salmon, MNSE, PhD, Ilufemi Lawyer 1, Arole Odua of Enugu State, the Oba and leader of Yoruba in Enugu State. It's been a pleasure speaking with you on The Insight. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Till we come your way, same time next week. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa adịghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn, bịa ka ezuoru ha ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Dear one, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoba, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Happy New Year! Welcome to 2026. Oh my God, we are live, we are here, we are hale, and we are hearty. Ooh, I wish I had a balloon. I would have just bust it, or have a trumpet, I would have just blown my trumpet, or a whistle, you know, to celebrate this, or a bell or something, I don't know, but let's have fun and give God the glory for seeing this new year. This 2026, I don't know about you, but I have set massive goals, I have plans, and I want this 2026 to be a powerful year for me. I have not used the word powerful ever in any previous years, but this 2026, I am out and I want it to be a powerful year. Which has brought me to the topic of this day, which is the 5 mindsets that you need to let go of and 5 people that you need to let go of to have a powerful 2026. I know you might be asking yourself, why do I need to let people go? Why do I need to let mindsets go? You need to let people and mindsets go for your 2026 to be different. Only a fool and only a mad person will keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. You've been going in and out of different years and you've not achieved anything credible. Why not try something different, something drastic in 2026 to see if you're going to experience something different and actually get what you're looking for in this year 2026. Now I'm going to tell you number 1 mindset that you need to let go of in 2026. Say bye-bye to it. As you're saying bye-bye to 2025, say bye-bye to it as well. Now the first mindset is the mindset of it is impossible. I was in that group, but I let that mindset go. When I say it is impossible, you know, I think it trended on TikTok some time ago where a lady said that she was saving 50,000 naira daily. 50,000 naira daily. And people were like, ha! She's a liar. It's impossible. Is it from that small cream business that she's doing that she's saving 50,000 naira daily? Oh my God. With all this her high maintenance, she's saving 50,000 naira daily. It is impossible. And previously that would have been me too. I would have been saying, oh no, it's not possible. How is she saving 50,000 naira daily? What is she doing? But that is no longer me. I don't care how she's doing it. If she's lying, I'm not limiting myself any longer to think that it's not possible. It is actually possible, and I should be aiming to be able to do that and more. And that is the mindset I want you to come to this 2026 with. Say bye-bye to mindset of it is impossible. People, they say, oh, this lady did this, and you're like, oh no, it's not possible. She has to have a sugar daddy. Somebody is the one that is funding this lifestyle. Stop thinking in that direction. Start thinking, wow, a lady is doing this. Nice. This lady is a woman like me. She has one head. What can I do to level up and start doing my own thing? That is where I want your mindset to be in this year. Say bye-bye to that mindset of it is impossible. Who told you it's impossible? People are doing it. Because you don't have the opportunity to do it, doesn't mean people are not doing it. Don't get me wrong, people have other sources of income, people have support system from elsewhere, but that is not our business. People can lie, package, make things that are not real look realistic just to make us talk about them, or make get attraction, or to make their aesthetics look beautiful. That is their business, that is their mindset. But I'm not dealing with that. That is their own cup. They are not pressuring me. I just see this as a possibility, and I've opened my mind up to the fact that I can also achieve this possibility. So say goodbye to the mindset of it is impossible. The next mindset you need to say goodbye to is the mindset of perfectionism. That if you're not doing this perfectly, you can't start. Oh, if I don't have an iPhone, if my background is not beautiful, if I don't have the right lighting, the right tripod, the right chair, paintings, stuff like that, you're not going to start that thing you're going to start. If you don't have the exact amount that you want for that business, you're not going to start. If you don't have this, if you don't, that everything has to be perfect for you to go ahead and start building your dream. Where has it gotten you to? Since 3 years ago, you are still in planning stage. You have not seen anything. You are still waiting for a perfect time. This year, 2026, do away with that perfectionism mindset. It is not helping you. It has not helped you. It has not helped me. Let us start from where we are and take everything one step at a time. Now, the third mindset we are doing away with is the mindset of inconsistency. We start up something, oh, people are not applauding loud enough. Oh, the result is not showing. Oh, it's not happening. And we're like, okay, bye, I'm not doing that again. Stop it. Sometimes people don't applaud at first, but people are there. They are looking at you. They are gauging you. They're like, oh, wow, this person is doing this. Let's see how far she takes it. And you're already giving up. You're already giving up. That is a mindset that you need to let go of in this year, 2026. This 2026, when you pick something that you want to do, be consistent with it. I'm telling you this, and I'm telling myself this. I'm going to be consistent in the things I've set my mind to do. With Dear Woman, I'm showing up. I'm showing up as that lady. I'm showing up as that host. I'm showing up as that person that when they talk about a women-centered host, they will call Chidima Asowa. When they talk about, oh, we are bringing this innovative idea for women, they're going to say, oh, we have to put it on Dear Woman. That is where I'm taking myself. That's the standard I'm placing myself on. And I'm going to be consistent to achieve that. So every mindset of inconsistency, say bye, baby, and leave it in 2025. The next mindset you need to let go of is the mindset of scarcity. So if people think there are not enough to go around, you have that mindset of, oh, there is not enough money in the world to go around. There is no enough love, enough of good things, enough of blessings to go around. There is. There is enough of everything, both good and bad, to go around. But center your mind on the good ones. Center your mind on the positive ones. Center your mind on those good aspects. Now, this brings me back to the lady I said that was saving 50k daily. When she made that comment, everyone was a boss, like, why, how can? But then her elder sister is also doing well. She herself, she's doing well. And I don't want to go into the background of so many things that she's doing that could actually gain her that 50k daily. But she was doing so many good things that could actually get her that money, and her sister was doing well. You see, it means there's an abundance of good things. You can be doing well, I can be doing well, we can all be doing well. There is enough space for all of us to thrive. There is enough money in this world for all of us to be rich. There's enough love for you to, I know they are saying that, oh, men are scarce, men are scarce. There's enough love to go around, but don't come near my home. There's enough love to go around for all of us to experience love and know what love is. So stop dwelling in the mindset of scarcity. When things come, when people say things, your mindset, oh, I can't do it, oh, I don't have, please let go of that mindset in 2025. So the next mindset you need, I've gone way past 5. I'm going to be adding on because I went beyond what I wanted to do, but let's keep adding on. The next mindset I want you to go off is the mindset of someday. You know, when you think of an idea, you think of something, you think of what you're going to do, you're like, oh, I'm going to start that someday. I'm going to start that someday, and the someday never comes. I'm telling this to somebody, and she knows us. She knows herself. You have been trying to start that YouTube channel, you have been trying to start that business, and each time you say, oh, I'll start it someday, please make that someday today. Start creating your logo, start creating your thumbnail for that YouTube channel, start sourcing out vendors, suppliers, start doing something and make that someday today. The next mindset we are going to let go of this 2026 is the mindset of people pleasing. And this one is specifically speaking to me. If you like me, good. If you like what I do, good. If you don't like it, good. If you like the choices, away. So I want you to realize that. There's no way you can keep everybody in your life happy. And the moment you're working seriously towards something, you're going to be busy, and not everybody's going to be happy with you. If you're a people pleaser, you'd rather keep people happy than achieve your goals, and you don't want that. To have the powerful 2026, you don't need to keep people happy. You need to get your goals, get your to-do list done, not keeping people happy. People in the place of work, people are not going to be happy with you if you are excelling, if you're showing up, if you're studying, being better at the job. They're obviously going to be angry. And if you're a people pleaser, you're going to keep your shine down just so that they can be happy with you. But no to that, we're not doing that in 2026. Another mindset that we're going to let go of in this 2026 is the mindset of the next mindset you're going to let go of is the mindset of seeking external validation. You don't need anybody to validate your efforts. You don't need anybody to validate you. You don't need anybody to chip in into your life. They should keep their own things to themselves. Keep your own inside. Look inward. Be your source of external validation. Don't look outside. People are governed by the rule of self. People are governed by the rule of self. People do things just because it is right for them, not because it is right for you. So when you are seeking external validation from somebody, imagine if you're going to supersede somebody and the person has seen that you're going to supersede him or her, and the person is trying to bring you down, and then you're looking up to that person to give you validation. From where to where? It doesn't make sense. I've gone way past 5, but these are the official and important mindsets that you have to let go of in this 2026 for us to have a powerful year. Now I'm going to talk about the kind of people you need to let go of in this year 2026 so that you can have a powerful year as well. The first people you need to let go of are the victim are people that are always the victim. People that are always the victim, they are never taking control of their life. I've said this before. I think that was when I talked about self-worth or confidence. I've forgotten which particular topic. But then when you have these people that are always the victims in everything, they are never the perpetrators, never the ones looking for trouble, never the ones that, oh God, just let go of them. You know why you need to let go of people that are always the victims? Because their inability to take control of their life, their destiny, and things concerning them is going to eventually rub off on you, and you're going to start blaming yourself. Look, life is not fair. Life is not fair. But if you keep dwelling on how unfair life is still going to keep being unfair. Once you realize that life is unfair, yes, get up. Like I said, or like I've said before on Dear Woman, now who give up, now you mess up. Cry, clean your tears, and figure out the next way to get that thing done. Figure out a way. It might take you days, might take you weeks, might take you a month, 2 months, but have that thing back out your mind that I'm going to achieve this thing, and keep working at it. Keep working at it in your head until you find a way. But if you don't let go of people that are always the victim, they are going to rub off on you, and you're going to see yourself as the victim in so many things that you're not really the victim of. So let go of them. The second people you're going to let go of is people that are always telling you that you can't. The people that their role in your life is in their mind, they are telling you that they are bringing you back to reality. But guess what? They are not bringing you back to reality. There are people that are always, anything you want to do, they are always there to tell you that it will not work. Tell them that you want to start a YouTube channel, they'll tell you that it will take you 200 years to get 1K subscribers. Tell them that you want to start a business, they tell that 200 people are already doing that business. Tell them that you want to rent a new place, they will tell you that house rent is too much. Why do you want to waste your money? Those people, they are always telling you how impossible it is for you to achieve something that you want to achieve. You need to let go of those people. You don't need those kind of noise. That thing is noise and you don't need it in your ear. You don't need those kind of things entering your ear. Let go of them. Tell that person bye-bye. You don't need them. I cannot even emphasize this. And this happens mostly when you have an enemy of progress around you, when you have a witch or a wizard around you. Hey God, I'm sorry, but that's the honest truth. You see those people, those kind of people, they're always there in their mind, they're calling you back to reality. Call them back to 2025. They should go. Record that friendship. It should be the end of it. They should live your life. What are you doing to someone that is always telling you that you can't? When you need to be hearing you can. Even if you fail, you are failing forward. Go, do it, fail and fail forward. Please, anybody that is telling you that you can't, let go of that person in this 2026. What people are going to let go of are energy drainers. I cannot emphasize these people. These ones are those ones that can never contribute something meaningful to your life. They can never come to you when they are balling. They can never come to you when they are doing well in life. You only come when they have problems to share. Don't come to me because God is going to be your helper. When it comes to advising me, I'll tell you to look unto God. You cannot just come to me when everything is not okay. You cannot just come to me to drain my energy. You will tell me how life has been up and down and sideways and 360 degrees with you. But when you are doing well in life, when you are making money, you do not say, Chidinma, take this small gift and hold on to it. You do not contribute anything meaningful to my life. Those are energy drainers. There are people that are like that, and it doesn't just come in that form only. There are energy drainers that once you tell them that, okay, I want to achieve this in this year, they will bring up distractions, every type of distraction to make sure that you don't achieve that thing they want to achieve, and they don't really complain. Maybe they will start to, please help me and do this. Oh, please help me and do that. What do you think about everything to keep your mind off what you want to achieve? Those people are also energy drainers. You don't need them in your life. You don't need them in your life, my sister. Tell that person to go. They should go. You don't need them. They are not helping you. They will not help you. They are not adding anything, and they are not going to add anything to your life. And the funny thing is that those kind of people, they are going to make it seem like they're going to try to guilt trip you. And that brings me to the next people that you need to let go of in 2026. People that emotionally blackmail you. They are friends, they are family, they are always emotionally blackmailing you. I don't know if you have those type of people, but if you have them in your life, just say bye-bye to them. If they are your family members, you don't need to, you cannot, blood is blood, they are there, you cannot cut off the blood ties, but you can limit your conversation, your communication with them, limit it drastically. And when I say people that be blackmailed emotionally, you know that, let's say a typical day in your life, let's say you wake up and you walk from, let's say 9 to 3 p.m. you walk, and then after 3 p.m. you, maybe let's say 4 to 7, you go to somewhere else that you're learning how to sew, or you're learning this is coming to my head right now. You're learning how to make up. Yes, I just saw my makeup box and it came to my mind. You're learning how to make up, and after your makeup, you have to go home, you have to cook, you have to bathe, you have to wash your clothes, clean your house, and rest for the next day, and continue. You see that when you're going through this process every day, you don't have time. You don't have that time to engage in idle conversations. You don't have that time to gossip about somebody. You don't have that time to waste. And then those people, they're going to call you and be like, you have not called me, you have let me go. Is this how you are? Is this how? Those people are emotional blackmailers. Or people that they fall into all these other categories I've previously mentioned. They try to deter you from doing what you want to do. They are not supportive, they are distractors, and then when you are trying to do away with them, they call you and try to emotionally blackmail you and make their way back into your life. They tell you that you have forgotten them. They remind you of where you guys started. By the way, let me just say this right now. Because you started off with somebody, that does not mean you have to get to the last point of your journey or your trip with that person. If that person is not ready to move forward, you can always leave that person behind. And even in friendships, it is okay for you guys to find your parts, secret parts, and move on. But when you guys have the time, you can call, check up on yourself. When you see at events, you can greet. But you are perfectly okay with going your separate ways in life because your paths no longer align. That is okay. So when you find these emotional blackmailers trying to blackmail you emotionally, say boy bye. In this time around, like just girl bye. I can't. I'm not doing that, and don't do that. Let them go. Oh God. So the other people that you need to let go of is there are people that the shadow competitors. That's what I call them. These shadow competitors are people that secretly in a competition with you, and you don't know that you guys are competing over something. Once you find out that you guys are in a competition that you don't know about, let go of that person. That person can be your sister, your friend. If it's your friend, it's easy to call them off. But if the person is your sister, your family member, your brother, just limit conversations. When someone is in a secret competition with you, I call them shadow competitors. But people that are in secret competition with you and you don't know, you're leveling up, you're working, you're trying your best to level up your life. But the person is also secretly trying to take your opportunity. The person is not going in their own lane. The person is looking at you and trying to emulate the exact things you're doing, trying to take opportunities that come to you. Sister, what are you waiting for me to say before you know that you need to tell that person, bye bye, just go, I'm no longer interested in this friendship? Tell that person to go. Now, the people you also need to let go of are people that talk bad behind your back. Yes. You know that moment that somebody comes, somebody tells you that, oh, somebody said this and she said this about you. Normally, what I will ask you is, why was the person comfortable to say that thing about me in your presence? It means that you created a comfortable environment for them to speak about me. That was why they're able to say those type of things about me. And the way I do my things, after you've said those things, you and that person, you guys can go. Because you're not you yourself that came to me that thing. I'm grateful that you came to tell me what that person said behind me. But for you to create a leveling environment for that person, if you cannot tell me that when that person said this to you, this is what you said, it means you created an enabling environment for that person to say that thing to me, say that thing about me. You also need to go. People that talk bad behind your back, they're always laughing with you, smiling with you, but behind your back is another thing. They are gossiping, they are making the things you do appear small, all your efforts, those kind of things. Maybe you do something and if behind your back they are saying bad things about you. You need to let go of those type of people. They don't have any business being in your life. Just tell them bye bye. Come and be going. You have tried. You have been friends since how many years? 2026, I want something different. Come and go. Bye bye. Tell them bye. And then there are other kind of friends that you need to let go of. These people, this one is a little bit more spiritual. Have you noticed there are certain people that each time you tell them what you want to achieve, tell them what you want to do, the plans you have, the goal you make, nothing will make you achieve that thing. Have you noticed it? You tell someone that you're in a relationship and that relationship ends. You tell someone that you're about to get a job and you no longer get that job. Sometimes it's not really that that person is thinking bad for you or have bad plans towards you or doing all this. No. There is an energy that comes with that person that is making it impossible for you to get that thing when you tell them. You need to cut those kind of people away from you. And if they are really, really close friends with you and you think they are going to understand, you can have a conversation with them that, see, anytime I tell you that I'm going to do things like this, it doesn't always work. I'm not blaming you, but I'm saying that we should find a solution that could make this stop. I don't know if other people have told you this, but I think this is something common that happens around you. Let's find a solution. But if you know the person is not going to understand, just cut them off. The people that are like that, no matter what you do, once you tell them that you want to do this, you are planning on achieving this, automatically that's the end of that thing. It is done, it is over, it is forgotten. Those type of people, you need to let them go. And then people that you're going to let go of, this I've way exceeded the number I expected to talk about, but then as the spirit leads, I'm just going to keep sharing them. Is people that are always thinking in the sense of mediocre. People that are mediocre in their thinking, they are average, they're always thinking here. If your mindset is there and their thoughts are here, you need to let go of them. If they cannot open their mind to think big, to phantom big thoughts, they're always here. You need to let go of them. And now I'm not saying people that are realistic, I'm not saying people that are how do I put this? Now there is a saying, I think Cody Sanchez or so, she said that you should go to rooms where your dreams have already been achieved. Let's say that you're planning a conference and you want a conference that is going to seat 12,000 people, and maybe another person is planning on getting a car, or someone else is planning on going abroad for their studies. When you are going to the room, make sure that the room you are going to a room where people have achieved all those things. You are still planning on achieving those things, but those people, they've achieved those things. That is where you should be in. Not when you are thinking of, oh, I want to buy a car, or I want to build my house. So you are seeing people that are thinking of, oh, I don't want to leave this one room until I've done this and done that. You don't need to be in a friendship with those kind of people. You need to leave them. Because the thing about mediocres, the thing about people that have average thoughts is that they tend to rub off on you. You don't know if it happens suddenly, it happens gently. It's like rubbing cream on your body and you're trying to bleach. It might not happen all in one day, but gradually your skin will start lightening up. Same thing with those type of friends. If they're always thinking mediocrity, they're always thinking average, and you are thinking big and you're associating with them, gradually from that house you want to build, maybe before you're like, okay, I'm going to build 5 houses. Another person is just saying, oh, this is my one room. I cannot leave this my one room until thy kingdom come. Until everything on, that kind of thing. Maybe you were thinking that you're going to build 5 houses. Eventually you're going to bring down your dream from 5 houses to saying, oh, I'm just going to build 2 houses, or I'm going to build 1. Or you can even say, why build 1? I'm just going to buy the land and keep it. You see where I'm going? Those type of people, you need to let them go. This year, 2026, a lot of things are at stake for us women. A lot of things are at stake. You are getting married, you are married, you have kids, you're getting admission, you're starting your life, you want to start being independent and learning. You cannot be joking with 2026. There are so many things for you to achieve. You cannot be joking with 2026. You cannot be playing. I cannot emphasize this, overemphasize this. You cannot be playing in a year where there are so many things for you to achieve. If you are trying to be responsible adult, providing for yourself, you cannot play. You should go to rooms where your dreams have already been achieved. Let's say that you're planning a conference and you want a conference that is going to seat 12,000 people, and maybe another person is planning on getting a car, or someone else is planning on going abroad for their studies. When you are going to the room, make sure that the room you are going to a room where people have achieved all those things. You are still planning on achieving those things, but those people, they've achieved those things. That is where you should be. Not when you're thinking of, oh, I want to buy a car, or I want to build my house. So you are seeing people that are thinking of, oh, I don't want to leave this one room until I've done this and done that. You don't need to be in a friendship with those kind of people. You need to leave them. Because the thing about mediocres, the thing about people that have average thoughts is that they tend to rub off on you. You don't know if it happens suddenly, it happens gently. It's like rubbing cream on your body and you're trying to bleach. It might not happen all in one day, but gradually your skin will start lightening up. Same thing with those type of friends. If they're always thinking mediocrity, they're always thinking average, and you are thinking big and you're associating with them, gradually from that house you want to build, maybe before you're like, okay, I'm going to build 5 houses. Another person is just saying, oh, this is my one room. I cannot leave this my one room until thy kingdom come. Until everything on, that kind of thing. Maybe you were thinking that you're going to build 5 houses. Eventually you're going to bring down your dream from 5 houses to saying, oh, I'm just going to build 2 houses, or I'm going to build 1. Or you can even say, Why build one? I'm just going to buy the land and keep it. You see where I'm going? Those type of people, you need to let them go. This year, 2026, a lot of things are at stake for us women. A lot of things are at stake. You are getting married, you are married, you have kids, you're getting admission, you're starting your life, you want to start being independent and learning. You cannot be joking with 2026. There are so many things for you to achieve. You cannot be joking with 2026. You cannot be playing. You cannot be, I cannot emphasize this, overemphasize this. You cannot be playing in a year where there are so many things for you to achieve. If you are trying to be responsible adult, providing for yourself, you cannot play because you need your money. If you're trying to provide for your kids, you cannot play because there are kids depending on you. If you're trying to get into the university, you cannot play because you have a goal that you need to achieve. And like I said earlier, it's only a mad person that can keep doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same result, and in 2026 you still want to continue. Haba, it will not work. Change things, change settings, change positions, and see how your 2026 is going to change. And remember that whenever I'm giving this advice, I'm not just giving them to you to go and practice, I'm doing them as well. I'm saying no to any friend that is going to keep constantly telling me no, I cannot achieve this, I cannot do this. You have to go. I don't need you in my life. You're constantly going to be there to keep me in average. I don't want to be average. My dreams are high. Like I said, I want whenever they come to Nigeria and they say, where is that #1 pioneer host that or pioneer person that has a woman related show? I want them to call Chidima and Sowa. I want them to put the call through. When they say who is going to touch lives and reach women. I know there are people that have been doing this before me, but I want them to call me. I have that goal. I have big dreams. If you are keeping me back, no. I'm not waiting to be perfect. I've never waited in my life to be perfect. So imagine having friends or someone that's going to try, or having that mindset of I have to wait till it's perfect. I cannot even wait. Consistency. I'm going to be consistent. I'm setting systems that is going to keep me consistent. I'm setting systems. These are things I intend to do to make sure that 2026, this year, is going to be powerful, it's going to be different, it's going to be elevated. Do things. There's something I always say. Ask God, do yours, and leave it back to God. 3 things. Ask God, do your part, and leave it back to God. When you do these 3 things, let's see if this year is not going to be different for you. Let's see if this year is not going to be changed for you. Let's see if this year is not going to be extra for you. My dear, it is going to be extra because you have done the work, you are doing the work, and you're going to achieve the results. Say bye-bye to these friends. Limit communications with these people. Each time you find yourself reverting back to this mindset of perfectionism, of it is impossible, of scarcity, remind yourself that, oh no, I've let go of that. It's just like when we say practice positive thinking and positive thoughts. Whenever I maybe, let's say a negative thought crosses my mind, immediately I'm countering that negative thought with a positive thought. That's what I want you to do in this year. When that negative mindset, when you hear that thing, maybe somebody says, oh, I'm a lady, I do a business and I make 7 figures. Yes, people lie about the money they make from their business, but when you hear that, your first thought should not be, your first thought should be, oh, people are making 7 figures, wow, oh, I need to level up, I need to do more. What can I do? Positively, not from a place of pressure, but from a place of upgrade. Okay? I feel really passionate about this because I don't know, like I said, I want my 2026 to be powerful, and I don't just want my own 2026 to be powerful. I want anybody that comes across their woman, I want their own 2026 to be powerful. Yes, I want that 2026. So you that is listening, I want your 2026 to be a powerful year for you. So what can you do for me? I wanted to share this video to as many women as you know and tell them that their woman shows every Wednesday, and then we take on Saturday on Aneke TV on YouTube. Every Wednesday and on Saturdays on Aneke TV on YouTube. Drop a comment. Tell me the mindsets that you think you're going to let go of in this year 2026. Tell me the people that you are dropping in this year 2026. Tell me the things that you're welcoming in this year 2026. Tell me that mindset that I did not mention. that you think it's very important for us to let go of in 2026. Tell me that kind of person I did not mention that you are behind and saying, oh, this person needs to go in 2026. Let's have a conversation around it in the comment section. I'm waiting for you. I'm eager for you to start up this conversation. Please don't keep me waiting. So let's go on to the next thing that we're always going to do, which is our bowl of words. Our bowl of words, remember what they contain, is going to be a mantra for the week. One just fell. I'll pick it up later. But let's just see. Let's see. Let's pick one. Just one. I hope I'm picking the right one. Yes. Let's see what this word says. It says, I am enough. I have always been enough. You know, this word cannot come any sooner than it is to be. Because when you let go of all these kind of people, sometimes life can get lonely. When you don't have as much friends as you used to, when you don't have as much people in your life as you used to. But sometimes that loneliness is what you need to be elevated to the next level. That headspace is what you need for you to start doing better in life, for you to start having your thoughts and your mind all to yourself. So I want you to hold on to this word. It's when you let go of these people, let go of this mindset, and you think, oh, I'm lonely, oh, I'm down, oh, I'm missing this person, oh, I'm missing this thing about this person. Just remember that you are enough and you've always been enough. What you need to make this year 2026 powerful is inside of you, and you can do it. You are enough, you are capable, you can do it. Alright? Yes. So my name still remains Chidima Asogwa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. I'll catch you next week on Aneke TV. Same time, same station. Bye.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mgbo ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television, yidu